What's up, guys? How you doing today? What is going on, guys? So, Eternal Dark. I got something for you. Guys, I have come to the conclusion that Hathor actually does need to be buffed. You know, Hathor fell out of the meta. It's time to make Hathor the strongest monster in the game. That's my thought right here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and clip that, but no, Hathor still needs a nerf, man. I don't care. I don't care. Even if I've got Hathor, she still needs a nerf, man. She's still broken. Brand Dizzle, congrats on the Barbara and the more, man. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome, man. Thank you, Papa Panda. Yeah, I had actually, well, so I did whale really hard on the scrolls. So I bought all the packs, which, like, I always buy the event packs. That's normal. And so I had 252 scrolls, I had 254 scrolls, and on the 253rd scroll, I got Hey Gang. I had nothing until then, and then I got Hey Gang at the end, and then the next day I broke down and I bought those, I spent the $200 on the $50 efficiency packs, and I pulled 2 Nat 5s in the first 90 scrolls. So I actually wound up getting 3 Nat 5s from the scrolls. So in the end, I did really, really well, but in the beginning, it was so brutal. No, Sadai's a lot. Hathor is still a broken unit. As a matter of fact, the video that I plan to record tonight, I will be proposing, once again, for the millionth time, a nerf to Hathor. I do think... I mean, it doesn't matter if I've got a unit or not. There's very few units in the game that I really believe need to be nerfed, but Hathor is definitely one of them. Bro, congrats, Fatal Error. That's awesome, man. Ampy, what's up, man? Can you hear us now? I feel like chat's a little bit lagged, guys. Is it lagged or is it not lagged? Oh, actually, I still gotta do the, I still gotta get one more thing from here, right? Yeah, I still need this. And then I'm done. So what's up, guys? How you doing today? Fatal Error, since you're here, man, sorry, I forgot to... I saw your message in Discord, and I was working on the artwork for the stream and some other stuff, and I forgot to answer you. So since we're still getting warmed up right now, we can go ahead and do your RTA team now. I think I had told you I would do it on today's stream. So if you're ready, we can actually just jump in and you'll get the first community help. We'll do your RTA team. Yeah, I think Eternal probably died when I said Hathor needed a buff. So Ampy, it'll be like on the main streams. It's gonna have to be by giveaway. There's just no way for me to catch up to everybody. I wish I could. But so yeah, it'll have to be like on the main streams. It'll be done by drawing. We might do one auction, I don't know. But the main thing is, obviously there's probably gonna be 20 people or less on stream. So as members, you're gonna get a much, much better chance to win those drawings. Eternal, you can make me spend 30 minutes on your Predator. I don't guarantee that I'll pass it. This month's Predator was an absolute gigantic fucking pain in the ass. Member stream. I don't have to worry about demonetization, guys. Man, this month's Predator was so fucking bad. But yeah, so I will spend 30 minutes on your Predator, but I don't guarantee you that I pass it. Yeah, Jason, I think my main took about 8 tries. There were the very first try, the boss was 1 hit away from dying, and I just got some bad RNG, and then I had like 6 bad runs, and it was like my 8th try that I actually beat it. Okay, so Jason is ready for me to log in. Let me... Oh, this screen needs to be updated, does it not? I did the art, but I still have to update it in OBS. So we go here, and we go here, and we go here. Is that the correct one? Yes, that's the correct one. Cool. I'm doing well, Aaron. How you doing, man? Isaac, it's only 1 entry in the contest. I don't know if I'm going to do any kind of more points or anything like that today. I think it'll probably, because it's a member stream, so we're not going to be looking to break you guys. The only one that we might do is I might do 1 auction. Everything else will probably just be 1 ticket, 100 points to get in. That's good to hear, man, Aaron. That's good to hear. How are the new teams doing? No, Aaron, the 100K was a joke. I changed it to 100 points. It's just 100 points to get in. Yeah, so Jason, all we're doing is identifying monsters for you anyway, so that's not gonna... The prep work won't matter. I'm just gonna basically set up your screen of favorites. Where's my Discord? Did I think I closed Discord, my bad. Well, you might win if we do an auction. You might win, Aaron. I think you might be top points, except for 8 Voices, who unfortunately still can't join the streams. All right. Jason, can you resend me the login info? I guess I didn't pin it. Oh, wait. I think I got it. Yeah, here it is. For the Wind Lab boss. So that's going to be Belager. Man, I can't remember your exact box, but it's normally going to be something like Belager, Baladian, and then it's 3 Fire Nukers. I just can't remember now your exact box. If I saw your fire monsters, I'd know right away, but it's going to be Belager, Lead, Baladian. I don't know if we did a Colleen or a Kali for you. Probably a Colleen. And then 2 Fire Nukers, actually. Oh, that's nice on the cleaned up monsters. Alright guys, so we are on Fatal Errors account. Actually, let's do this. Baladian or Beladian, something like that. Money Mojo sending you a friend request, bro. So Eternal, just so you know, Ace, you know how Ace changed his replays? I was literally planning to change mine the same day. I'm going to be making, my changes will be a little different than his, but they're going to be similar just because it's hard to keep up with all of them, and it kind of, it's disruptive to stream. They're also really fun, so I do want to keep them, but we are going to be changing them up. So, I'm going to keep it at 1,000 points to show a replay, but it'll be probably 5,000 points for me to do a full analysis. And I'm only going to be redeeming replays at certain times, so I'll probably, basically like in between content. So like right now when I'm on someone's account, I won't be doing a replay, but when I'm like switching between accounts, that would be the time to do a replay. Just because I mean, you guys know I redeem a lot of replays on Ace's stream. I actually think it's a lot of fun as a viewer. I think it's fun to narrate them as a creator. But it's also just really hard to kind of do the stream when you're like diverting whatever you're in the middle of a lot also. Brandizzle, I would guess about 4 hours tonight, bro, give or take. I mean, it kind of depends on, you know, member streams are always going to be a lot smaller, especially when I do it this way with the unlisted, because people can't see it on the YouTube feed at all. So if they're not in Discord, if they don't see the link in Discord, then they're not going to be able to join it at all. So, you know, I'd figure somewhere between like 3 and 5 hours, depending on how lively the stream is. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, I want to put the monsters in storage. That's what I'm doing. I bet, Aaron. I bet, bro. Alright, we'll make that work. We'll make that work. Possibly, bro. I mean, if you win one of the account helps, I can definitely help you set up a defense for Arena. Might even have time to run builds because Arena, you know, it's 30 minutes per account help, so we might have time to run builds because Arena defense isn't that hard to identify. But I can't promise you it'll be C3+ until we've actually seen it. I can just promise you that I would set up the best defense I'm able to. Carlos, yeah, so we're actually doing an RTA thing right now. So like I said, it'll be drawings for everybody. But yeah, if you win, you can request any kind of account help you want. I will do anything I can. I'm not going to promise you the results. Keep in mind, in 30 minutes, like I can't build a Trikeru team. I can probably run builds, maybe, or help you start for a Trikeru team, but especially in earlier game accounts, Trikeru could take 3 or 4 hours to build. So that's the type of thing that's hard to do in 30 minutes. Identifying an RTA team for next season, or setting up an arena defense or an arena offense, those are types of things I can do in 30 minutes, give or take, yeah. Okay, guys, so we're on Fatal Error's account. Speaking of RTA... yeah, bro, I might think it's possible. I'm not saying it wasn't. I was just saying, like, what is it? YMMV, your mileage may vary. But I'll do the best I can on everybody's accounts. Okay, so for Fatal Error, what we're going to be doing is identifying an RTA box. Now, the way I do that, my process, the first thing I do is I go through and I simply check every monster that is good for RTA. Carlos, I mean, my best RTA finish is G2. I'm not the best RTA player on the server by any means. I have a really severe problem with tilting. But I think I do understand RTA pretty well, so I can certainly spend 30 minutes and tell you my thoughts on your monster box, and then you can kind of take them from there, take what value you find in it. Special League, I mean, I finished top 300 in Special League 3 times. RTA though, I lack the LDs, and I definitely have a tilt issue. I really do. The last 3 of the last 4 seasons, I like blew up my whole season because I went on tilt. So I'm not gonna lie. The RNG gets me, man. The RNG just really gets me. But yeah, I'll give you my best thoughts on building a box, and then we take it from there. What's up, Merrick? How you doing? Carlos, so you're going to enter the giveaway drawing. So we're spending 30 minutes on Fatal Errors account, and then we'll be doing the drawing for the next account from there. So it's just a drawing each time. Remember, guys, that you can only win on the member streams. I'm not going to make it like, so on the main streams, I have a rule. You can only win once every 6 months. We're not going to carry that through to the member streams, but you can definitely only win once per stream on a member stream, because I want everybody to have a fair chance. Okay, so for Fatal Errors box, what we're going to do is just identify every monster that is good in RTA. Alucia and Mina are both really good, but I don't think they're going to make your box this season, so we're not going to check them. Obviously, Bastet and Poseidon are good RTA monsters. Poseidon is more for cleave, and I know you've got pretty good rune quality. I don't remember if you have fast runes or not, but we'll figure that out. Once we put your box together, we'll see if it leans more towards cleave or turn 2. Varad is still sneaky good in RTA. Chilling and Ajir are still sneaky good, but I think you've got enough good nat 5s that we won't need them. Let's see here. Alicia, no, it's more Arena. Teor is actually sneaky good since his buff, but again, he's just, you have Poseidon. Teor and Poseidon are pretty comparable. They're both speed scaling damage, and Poseidon can't glance. Shihu's amazing. Bulwark is awesome. Wusa can be used. Praha is really good. Anavel is great since the buff. Mo Long is my most wanted monster. I'm down to missing 5 nat 5s, and of those are my 2 most wanted, Mo Long and Fire Ryu. Have a quick look at the chat in general on Discord. Let's see here. Did you get a Lucian, Merrick? I'm scrolling down, but did you finally get your Lucian? Hey, Merrick did get his Lucian. I knew it, bro. I knew it. Congrats, bro. That is awesome. Finally. Was that from the special summons or just a random mystical scroll? Huge congrats, man. You only waited like 73 years for him. That's awesome, though, bro. Don't play tilted, yeah. Alright, let's see. Ralk would work for a cleave, but Jason just said he doesn't have fast runes, so I know we're not going cleave. That means we can actually drop the Poseidon as well. We're not going to take the Ralk because he's more for cleave. Let's see, Hawk Holly. Bulldozer can work, but again, I don't think that's really going to fit. If you have Mo Long, it's almost guaranteed that we're going to be building the team around Mo Long. So we may as well be looking more towards monsters that work with Mo Long. Triple Revenge Verd for anti-cleave, and Taurus for anti-Diana, both really good. Juno is just amazing. What's his name? Mei Huang can be really good anti-Oki. Velajul is going to work really well with Mo Long in certain comps. Kamoon, I think, is actually going to be pretty good in RTA. He's a little underrated, but I don't think he works as well with that Mo Long type comp. Rika is amazing. Harmonia is mandatory for the Mo Long comp. Belinus is actually going to be a much better option than Barad, so we're going to drop the Barad right there. Chiwu does not fit. Laika is a really good anti-cleave pick from what I've seen so far of your box. Let's see. Leo is kind of necessary. Triana's necessary. Jemire is really good as a resistance counter to Okeanos, especially if you're in C2 or below, where not all the Okies are max res. Sierra, of course. Mephisto is a nice counter pick at times. Savannah doesn't fit great in a Mo Long team, but we'll tag her for now. Gani and Tyrannus and Ethno all obviously just SS. Well, Tyrannus is dropped. Tyrannus is about A tier now, but Gani and Ethno are SS tier, and Tyrannus is like high A tier right now. Elsharion would mostly work with that route cleave, which you don't have. Okay, so we just hit our 30. We want to clear up a little bit. What no longer fits? You have the Rika, so we don't need the Belinus. Praha. And the Shihu's not really going to fit very well into this team either. So we can take him out. The Molly does fit well. The Fran fits well. Of your other light monsters, Jean could be usable, but I wouldn't force her in. You're going to need a Miho. And could we make Grogan work? Probably not. You know, possibly. Possibly. So we're going to talk about Grogan in a minute. Okay, let's go ahead and ditch the Ophelia. We'll leave the Barber in. We're going to ditch the Ophelia in place of the Miho. And then let's talk about Grogan. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Do people go with Amelia Bulwark for RTA? Definitely, at times. It's situational, but definitely at times. Did I miss Amelia? Oh, I did miss Amelia. Totally my bad there. Okay. So who do we drop for Amelia? Probably the Barbara. What do we have for water? 3, 6, 7, 8. For fire, we have 4, 6, 7, 8. For wind, we have 4, 7, 9. So we're pretty well balanced there. I think the Molly is actually going to be... Molly is really not that good, and she's going to be kind of hard to use with your specific box. So we're going to drop the Molly, and we're going to pull in the Amelia, who's just going to do a little bit more for you. Now, the other thing I did not see, or did I miss it, is a Lulu. Okay, no Lulu. Alright, let me catch up on chat. Oh, we're going to drop the Tetra. I'd like to see a Lulu in place of the Tetra. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll go back and look at that in a minute. Let me get caught up on chat. Let's see here. The last of the Year 7 scrolls. Did you buy the 100 from the shop also, Merrick? That'd be crazy. You bet XG likes the wand. I'm not sure what that means. Don't worry, Merrick. I couldn't awaken my what's her name, Hathor either. Mei Huang not deviled. Yeah, so Jason, the point of this is not to, I mean, you can certainly replace the monsters that I marked if they're not deviled or whatever, but this was to identify a monster box for you that you can move forward with. I mean, you need, what, 8 days to 6-star into a Lulu. Mei Huang, I don't know if he'd be your first priority. I would actually probably take him out. But the idea was to find your 30 best monsters that fit together, and then we kind of work our way out from there. So, from this box right here, I would actually probably drop the Wusa now that I'm looking at the box in its entirety. So take the Wusa out. Also, you don't necessarily need to go... What was your best RTA finish? Fighter 3, yeah. So if you're just trying to get to Conqueror, you don't necessarily need a box this big either. This is probably a little bit of an overkill. If we can get you down to 20 or 25 monsters, then you can condense your runes into higher quality builds on those monsters. So that helps as well. Looks like that power outlet's getting caught in the background. There we go. But yeah, so here's the box that we have. I'm going to go ahead and flag the Grogan. Now that we made room for him. I know the Grogan's not deviled either. And I don't know if you... I'm assuming he's an LD5. You probably chose not to devil him because he's Grogan, which I get. So I'm going to tell you my thought process of how he might work in this team. But I have no idea if he'll work well enough to make him worth deviling. So my thought process on Grogan is that the skill 3 has a big AoE damage deal. I don't know how much damage it does. Obviously, I don't have Grogan. I've never seen anybody use him. But if he can do 30% damage to the enemies, then it sets up a Molong snipe. So you put the Grogan right in front of Molong. Nobody's ever going to think of Grogan as a threat because he's Grogan. He's not going to be contested, which is also really nice because it means you can take him at any time in the fight and not really have to worry about it. So I feel like he's worth building and testing, but without the Devils, I don't know what his damage output is like, and I don't know if he's worth deviling him to test. But that's my thought. Molong is, generally speaking, if you have Molong and you don't have fast runes, then... Did I say behind? I meant in front. Obviously, I meant in front of Molong, yeah. Okay, so if you're looking to try something fun, bro, then I would do the Grogan. Seriously, like, play with your LD, you know? have fun with it, and if he sucks, then hope that he gets the Shazam treatment at some point, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, if you're not looking, you told me your runes aren't fast, so look, as far as the turn 2 box goes, anytime you have Molong, I would build the box around Molong. He is still one of the best RTA units. He's still, you know, he's really hard to cleave. He has snipe potential. He has strip. He has defense break. He's just an amazing unit. He even has a common leader skill. He's a beast all around. So if you have Molong, then I would always build around Molong. So since you have Molong, the core comp built around Molong is obviously going to be Molong Harmonia. Now the good thing is you also have Bulwark. Yeah, Merrick. I mean, I was actually thinking of play with your Rauk, but but yeah. So the nice thing here is that Molong Harmonia is going to be your core comp, but you do have the ability to pull in a Bulwark if you need. If the enemy goes too buff heavy, you can use Bulwark over Harmonia. The Jemire actually plays in really well into this comp. You build him in a damage build, but you build him in a bruiser build, I should say. So take advantage, like maybe a little bit of the speed scaling, because you want him to act first on your team anyway. And now that the skill 1 scales to speed, and he's got the great base speed, if you're running, I don't know exactly where your rune box is, but if you're running this team somewhere between 215 and 230 on Violent Will, you get that Jemire like 1 or 2 speed in front, so he does a little more damage with the speed scaling, but he also gives you the ability to cleanse and reset. The Savannah in this team, she's going to have to be like speed, crit rate, HP with high HP subs, because if she's not tanky enough to take a hit, then she doesn't belong in this team. I mean, you're talking about a bruiser team, so she's going to be crazy rune hungry because she's still going to have to get 1800 plus attack minimum in order for her to defense break anything. And so you're going to need, like, you want to see this Savannah at like 25 to 30k HP, 1k defense, 1800 attack, some decent amount of crit rate, over 40 to 50 accuracy. If you can take advantage of the resistance awakening, go for it. If you can get some crit damage, go for it. But I mean, she's going to be crazy stat hungry. She's also not going to take away any attack bar because she's going to be too slow in this team for that part of her skill 3 to come into play. So she's not a monster that I would pull on a regular basis for you. And that's the hard part. Because she's not going to be drawn often, but she is super stat hungry, she's taking really good runes away from other monsters. So my personal preference here would be not to play the not to play the Savannah, but everybody loves Savannah, so I put her in the box. If you have the rune depth to put her in a good build, then she's a nice counter pick when the enemy goes 4 deep with no immunity. Like a 4 deep bruiser build with no immunity, like a ragdoll, like a bad ragdoll comp or something. She's a nice counter pick, but at that point the Rika's usually a better counter pick anyway. So it's still kind of one of those things where I don't feel like she's the greatest fit here, but I just know that you guys would all roast me if I didn't put her there. Leo is just mostly going to be for anti-cleave. Obviously a triple revenge Vertihile. I would honestly consider doing 2 Vertihiles, 1 in triple revenge, 1 in violent. You want to run the violent Vertihile with Leo and the triple Vertihile to counter things like Chiwu. The Mei Hu Wang is not essential. He's a counter to Okeanos, but since he's not that essential, I would actually just take him out. And with that, guys, I hear something going on downstairs with the dogs. Guys, I'll be back in just a minute, because I hear it doesn't sound... Yeah, I'll be back in just a minute, guys. I'll be back. Okay, sorry guys. I heard Shaki like yelping and crying downstairs. So actually, the reason I started stream late today, and I took a little video for it. The reason I started stream a little bit late today was because Shaki finally wanted to play, and you know she's almost 10 now, or 9 and a half. Bad hip, bad knee, so she doesn't play very often. So when she does come up to me and want to play, it's like I can't tell her no because I don't want to discourage her to play, you know? So I took a little video of her actually playing. She played for about 10 minutes, so she was feeling kind of good, and then she was like, I'm done, it's too much for me, I'm old, you know? Anyway, I just heard her kind of like yelping downstairs. She is fine. I think, you know, she just got in her exercise today, and so she's just a little sore now from her bit of play. That's all it was. All right, let me catch up, see if I missed anything on chat. What's up, Z? How you doing, man? Merrick, yeah, never left front, but actually, you know the funny thing is, Merrick, I actually was left front. To exit this room, I have to go to the left and I have to go to the front. So, I guess technically it was, I'll be left front. Alright, so here we go. Eternal, that's probably pretty fair, bro. That is actually probably pretty fair about the roast comment. Okay, I've been running a Molong center team the last season. Yeah, so Sodai's a lot answered it. Reinforced it. Okay, perfect. Alright, so when you say be right back... Yeah, if I said be right back and then I walked to the right, I would actually bang into my desk, and if I walked back, I would bang into the wall. Man, Jason, if I had used my Tableau more effectively in Special League, I'd be able to tell you, but I really couldn't get the greatest use out of him. Like, I had a couple of fun fights, but man, he's a cool monster. He's a super strong monster, but he is a very RNG-based monster. I think he just doesn't fit my style. So I'm not the best person to ask. Ace would probably be able to give you a better answer. I did try him in a couple of comps. I did use him like probably 30 or 40 wings, and when he won, he was like, dude, this guy's OP, you know? But then when he didn't lose, it was like, dude, this guy's like a statue. He just sits there and does nothing. Merrick, that's a much more succinct way of saying what I just said. All right, so Jason, back to the box that we have identified for you. So I think, and Sadai's a lot also, you know, reinforced it. I'm not a huge fan of building Savannah here. I put her there just because I think that's, you know, I know you would want to. I really like the concept of Grogan here, though. If he can do enough damage, and like you said, you can use him in guild content. I mean, he is an LD5. You said you want to have some fun. So for me, if I were doing a core team for you right here, I would build it, obviously, Molong Harmonia, and then Grogan would be my third core pick, but the nice thing is you don't have to pick Grogan until the end because he's never going to be contested. So you can it gives you that little bit of extra flexibility because you're not tipping your hand as to what you're playing, and you can pick to counter your opponent before having to lock in your core, which is also a really nice thing. And then you can also pivot out. If it looks like Grogan's not going to work, then you can pivot out. So I really like that flexibility, and I just think it would be fun. It all comes down to whether or not he can do enough damage to do 30% to the enemy. I would tune him in front of Molong. Now, the other things that I would do with that Grogan in there, if we want to take advantage of his stun, then we need something else that's going to strip. I think we had a Praha and a Juno, right? We have Juno, we have Praha. So Merrick, I think he just pulled Barbara like a day or two ago. For what it's worth, Barbara does work a lot better. I mean, Savannah is pretty specifically limited to cleave because of the qualifiers on her third skill. Barbara can work a lot more flexibly. Now, yeah, so Sadai's a lot. If you're thinking, if you put, what you're thinking is if you put Grogan behind Molong, you can take advantage of the AoE stun. I'm thinking that you take advantage of the AoE damage that scales with the crit damage, right? So I'm actually thinking I would want him in front so that my Molong can snipe. But I mean, obviously, it's kind of theory craft. could be a really good case to be made that you put the Molong in front, because then the Grogan can kill and force something not to be revived. So I think it really could work both ways, and I would probably test it both ways. Also, having Grogan behind Molong means you have a better chance to get the stuns off, I guess. I still like putting him in front so that I can target my snipes with Molong, but I would definitely test it both ways. Yeah, so I mean, it's one of those things, Jason. I think it's yeah, okay, yeah, you do, yeah. I would just test him both ways, man. I like the idea. The thing is, part of it is not knowing how much damage he does. If he just clearly is going to do 30% to everybody, then I think he should be in front so that you can... Yeah, exactly, Sadai's-a-lot. It's gonna... What it really is going to come down to is if Grogan can do 30% to the average Triana. If Grogan can set up a Molong snipe on a Triana, then I want the Grogan in front. If Grogan cannot set up that snipe, then maybe the Grogan is better behind. That's kind of where I stand with it. Now, as far as other monsters, I feel like Juno needs to go into your core for a couple of reasons. The first is that if you're going to play Grogan on a core, then you need more strip than just the Molong, especially if you wind up tuning the Grogan in front of the Molong. Juno is going to counter the meta very heavily. She's just amazingly good against almost everything except for Barbaras, and that is why we have the Barbara here. I don't necessarily think Barbara is going to work very well with this team that often. Mostly where you would use a Barbara is to counter monsters like Laika or Vertihile or possibly Antares. So you're going to use Barbara when you have a specific need to counter a fire monster that just doesn't get countered by the rest of your comp. For example, Ciara, if you're in a situation where you don't have double strip, then the Ciara could be dead to double immunity. If you're forced into maybe bringing in this Jamire so that you have to do some cleanse, then he's not going to be able to kill any kind of fire monsters, things like that. So Barbara would be good to counter monsters like Ken, also going to be good to counter Okeanos, especially if the enemy shows you that they're playing a Bruiser Oki and not a Speed Oki. The other thing you could do is just do a Swift Barbara on, I wouldn't call it leftover runes, it becomes your best runes, but you could do a Swift Barbara, put her up at like 315 or whatever you can do where she still has good stats, and then use her to counter Okies. But at that point, and then around that team, you're going to need the Jamire Ciara so you have double speed leads. And then you're just going to try and outspeed the enemy who's got an Oki. So that's another opportunity for you there. Zyros, Tiana, Galleon, Kaki. That should be a really strong one, yeah. Yeah, so Merrick, I believe the skill 3, the way it reads, is that it's going to do an additional 100% damage. So I read this like it's a 960 or what was the number? 480. So it should be a 960 multiplier. Doesn't mean I'm right, but that's how I read it. So if it's a 960 multiplier and the dude's got 800 base attack, you should be able to get some pretty legit damage there. I mean, you're running an attack lead there, so you're not going to be outspeeding stuff anyway. If you could get Tiana to shield Will at like 260, I'd be happy with that. If you can't get 260 shield Will, then I would just get those shield runes onto onto the Galleon maybe, like run the Galleon double shield Will because he won't have to be as fast. And then put the Tiana on Swift Will. But I think if you want to get ahead of those Bruiser comps, you really need 260, 270 because a lot of them have speed leads and you won't. Okay, so Jason, as far as the rest of it goes, Ethna works amazingly well in these Molong comps. You're going to want to use her as often as you can. A lot of this is going to be, keep in mind, we don't really know the next season's meta yet, so it's hard for me to tell you specifically, like, use these monsters always, because we don't know exactly what you're going to be facing. But I do know that I would want to see the comp built around, obviously, Molong Harmonia. Lulu is your pocket pick if you need some additional cleansing and immunity. Jamire is another cleansing immunity pocket pick. Triana is going to be there for anti-cleave. Miho is there for anti-cleave. Mephisto is there for anti-revive. Grogan obviously gives you control, anti-revive. We talked about Grogan. Rika is there if the enemy goes 4 deep and doesn't have immunity. Let's see. Vertihile's obviously just triple revenge. Annabelle is intriguing. I feel like Annabelle could work well, but I'm not positive exactly where you're going to put her yet. Like, I don't think she's going to work well as part of a core, but I think she will work well situationally. If you go Bruiser on Bruiser, she's just a pain in the ass to deal with, man. So I would rune her for this team and test her out. The Amelia is just an additional immunity pick. I don't think you're going to get to use Amelia often, but the one time that you will is if you go first pick Molong and the enemy comes back Vigor Tyrannus, you can counter there with Amelia Bulwark, and the enemy is, it's like you've won already. There's almost nothing they can do from that point. Spoken from somebody who played Vigor Tyrannus for an entire season, they're screwed. So that's where the Amelia is going to come into play. The other place Amelia might come into play is if the enemy is running a speed control team, but not what were the teams? Like a Belinus team, like a not control, so a speed dot team. So like a Belinus Asima team, you bring the Amelia out in a really fast violent build would be the preference, so she can proc out of stun, but definitely the fastest monster on your team, so she has a chance to cleanse your team as well. So Jason, the thing is, if your Tableau's 300 and everybody else is 220, then you're still going to get lapped and outsped, and then the Tableau is a dead pick and he's doing nothing for you, so I don't really see him working in that team. I mean, you have to do some speed tuning, because, you know, Tableau takes everybody's attack bar buff away and then brings up a speed lead. This happened to me, by the way, in Special League. I built like a 312 Tableau and tried to run him with a bunch of 250 monsters, and the enemy just lapped me back even though I had the speed buff. So you do have to speed tune. So that's it, Jason. Any questions, bro? I think that was, I mean, this is my recommendation. I think I covered most of the monsters. The ones I didn't should be pretty self-explanatory. Ganny should act last on your team as a resetter. Or, alternatively, what I did last season, and if you have the runes to support this, you could do this, is build Ganny, Barbara, and Ethna all at about 310 because they have crazy high speeds. They're much easier to do. And when the enemy brings out an Oki, you pivot into double speed lead Ganny, Barbara, Ethna, and usually they'll let the Ganny through and the Ganny gets to reset the Okis that are not in will runes. So it is one way to compete against the control meta, at least until you get to about C3. Most Okis until C3, the Swift Okis until C3, do not have will runes. So that is an option if you've got enough speed runes to do all 3 of these over 300. You could even just do the Swift Ganny, and then like if you go first pick Molong and they come out with Oki plus, you know, Chung or Wateryu, like let's say they come out Oki Wateryu, you take Ciara Ganny in that sequence so it looks like you're actually trying to steal their monsters. They're going to let the Ganny through because they won't expect it to be a Swift Ganny. And then your 320 Ganny will outspeed and take all the enemy's attack bars, reset the Oki, and you get the win from there. So Jason, any questions before I log off? Are you still there, bro? You've been quiet for a while. All right, fatal error. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. All right, guys, we are going to draw one last chance for you guys to get in for those who joined late on the stream. Got you, bro. So remember, this video will post also. Terry said taking notes. Wait, Terry and Fatal Error both said taking notes. Are you guys? Do you guys know each other in real life? Okay, Eternal, we can do your replay, yeah. So, Eternal, do you just want to show the replay for 1,000? Or, I guess 5,000's a lot. We're going to do 3,000. So, do you want to show the replay for 1,000? Or do you want to have the replay analyzed for 3,000? Definitely you are, Shmoom. Yeah. Full analysis for 3K. Okay, let me set up the command. I hadn't set it up for tonight's stream, but I'm going to set it up now. I mean, come on, Jason. I give away like 2,000-3,000 points every single stream. So just like think about it like this. I give, let's say there's 100 people on stream. I give away 2,000 points to 100 people. That would be 400 replays a stream. It's not possible. It just wasn't possible. Yeah, that was a redemption for you, right? Fatal Error. That one, because you redeemed that one off a different stream. So you do need to subtract the points, but you're also. I just realized you are eligible to win another drawing today because you did that one as a redemption. So you are eligible to still do a drawing today. All right, Aaron. Let's give everybody on stream. We have 17 members. How do we do this? So 17 of you are members. Let's do... We're going to do one big one. Let's give everybody on stream 850 points. Oh, 18th just came on. So 900 points. So Aaron, please give everybody on stream 900 points. I mean, guys, today's stream is honestly a thank you for supporting the channel. Seriously, I mean, it's just really a thank you, guys. So... Thank you to all of you for for your support, guys. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I know you were kidding, Aaron, but I did plan on giving away points throughout the stream today anyway. You guys know the viewer stream. Yeah, Vlad, I mean, to be honest, this is actually supposed to be for the channel members on my stream. Ace and I share the members on the Discord, so there's kind of no way to... like to point them out, but yeah, it's really yeah. The drawings are just 100 points, Hotshot. You enter, and it's you're eligible, Hotshot, if that's what you're asking. Member streams are apart from the main streams, so you are eligible, Hotshot. There's no way to do it, man. There's, Merrick, we're doing account help drawings. Okay, let me do this command because I'm getting distracted. Well, you know me, I always get distracted, but yeah. So let's do this. This goes into fun stuff. It's gonna be 3,000. Right? Where's the A replay? List, Gamble, JOW, BJR5. Okay, I guess it didn't get created. So we do this, it's exclamation point, A replay, goes in fun stuff, costs 3,000, not 30, 3,000. Okay, Eternal, type exclamation point, A replay. Oh. Target stats for Molong on Vio Will. You're going to want... I mean, 50k HP. So... You know what, Fatal? After we do Eternals replay... I've got your JSON, so after we do Eternals replay, I'm going to show you how you determine that in the optimizer. So... I'll answer that that question after this. Vlad, I think Vamp is probably more common for Molong outside of RTA. In RTA, it's still usually going to be the violent builds. By the way, Aaron, man, I wish there... how would you do that? See, there's no way to do it because I don't have the ability to give Vlad... I don't have the ability to give Vlad, like, membership status. The only way it could be done, I guess, would be, like, through Patreon. but I don't want to make you go through all that work, so... what's... If you do a... Well, yes. There's no way to do it. Like, I was going to say you could super chat it, but I still can't actually give him access. I can just let him be here for the member stream. But yeah, there's... it's the thought that counts, man. Don't worry about it. Vlad does a lot of work for Ace as a mod also, I think. So, you know, it's all... We're not gonna... I think so, Shmoo? Okay, well, there you go, guys. There you go. Oh, you know what? On these unlisted streams, I don't think we can do super chats. When it's a member stream, then we can do super chats, but on the unlisted streams, I think it disables super chat. So Vlad just became a channel member. Vlad, thank you very much for becoming a member, man. I really wasn't trying... I hope you didn't feel like pressured. That wasn't really the intent there. But thank you very much for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate it. And now you are fully eligible to enter the drawings. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, or the biggest thing I dislike about YouTube compared to Twitch is the inability to give people members. So like last month I set this stream up as a members only stream, and it prevented the Patreon supporters from actually joining. So when you set it up as an unlisted stream, people can actually find it. Like it's not even a question of Vlad, like not Vlad, but like somebody in supporter channel finding the link. I've actually had people find the unlisted stream that were like not even channel followers. They popped up somehow. I'm not sure how they found it. But there's no way for me to give the Patreons access unless I do unlisted. So it's just weird. It's awkward. Anyway, with that said, let's go ahead and fix the command. Okay, so Eternal is redeemed to replay. Let me get onto channel 333 for Eternal. Yeah, so Fatal Error, that's what I'm going to show you, is how you identify the speed. Okay, this is fixed. We just wanted to make the user cooldown on this 10. Let's make it 30. I'll make it 20. There we go, 20. And then it's going to be a 5-minute global cooldown. And then for replay, same thing, 5-minute global. 30-minute user. There we go. Okay, commands are set up. Alright guys, so we have Eternal Dark's replay here, guys. He's paid $3,000 for this analysis, so I am going to try and give this the absolute fastest... No, I'm just playing. Alright, so here we go. Eternal Dark in Fighter 3, playing a Conqueror 1. Slot 6 Swift is 18 speed, bro! That's what happens. You become a channel member, you quad roll a speed rune. It's coming, man. It's coming. It's coming. It's gotta be. Oh, can't quad, it's a purple, okay. Any percent speed run. Not sure what that meant. Hey, bro! Huge grats, man. That is nuts. Dude, that's actually nuts, man. Congratulations. That would be like my fastest slot 6 Swift. It really would. That's faster than my fastest slot 6 Swift. Alright guys, so here we go. Eternal Dark, 1331 at Fighter 3, fighting a Conqueror 1, only 12 points ahead of him, guys. Only 12 points ahead. So, we have got an Annabelle first pick. This is interesting because we just identified Annabelle for Jason's team. I do think Annabelle is going to be really good in RTA with the huge heal that she has now and the ability to build her tankier. So we've got somebody rolling out Annabelle first pick. Okay. I can't speak. I lost my words there for a minute. Alright, so we've got Annabelle first pick. Eternal comes back with the Okeanos and the Ganymede, so he's just going to be toxic this season. Hashtag nerf Eternal. But here we go. So we've got Ganny Oki against the Annabelle. Coming back, we see a Molly and a Velajoule, so we are playing... yeah, it really is, Aaron. So we're playing pure defense on this side, and then Eternal comes back with the vaunted Volantis, and then Water Ryu. So we're just going double strip, Oki Ganny, just being all toxic over here. To counter this, we're taking in a triple revenge Vertihile along with the Ciara, which doesn't honestly make a lot of sense. I really don't get the Ciara last pick. Everything else was kind of okay, but I feel like you needed a second cleanser right here. Probably an Amelia would have been a much better pick. You've already got defense break, damage, all sorts of good stuff. The Ciara just doesn't really fit this comp. But with that said, that's what he picked. And then Eternal is not only toxic, but he's also kinky, so he is kinkily toxic, or toxically kinky. Yeah, toxically kinky. That makes a lot more sense. So here we go. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron. 150 to everybody on stream. Alright, what were the bans? Oh man, I did this. So his ban has got to be kinky, and your ban has got to be Velajoule. So you ban the Molly and he bans the Water Ryu. There you go. Alright, Volantis hits everything and the Verd does not revenge. We get the reset on the Vela. Oki stuns everything, takes another turn, gets resisted though. The Ciara is still in play, guys. We got a lot of dots. That Ciara may never get another chance to live. It's 150 per tier for a channel member, Aaron. Okay, so the Vela procs out right here. That's a dead Ciara already, by the way. Resetting the Vela a second time, I would have reset the Annabelle right there. You actually left that Annabelle in play while the Vela was already reset. So that was a misplay for what it's worth. It's not going to matter. I mean, it is clearly not going to matter. You've got this completely wrecked. But yeah, and there comes the Annabelle cleanse right there. So just for future reference, keep in mind which of your cleansers are still alive. Ooh, double revenge on the Annabelle right there. That was pretty dirty. Man, the amount of stuns that you get on this team, even without the Oki, the amount of stuns is just insane, bro. And then the Vertihile having glancing and having to deal with that kinky, so it can't even revenge the kinky AoE. Okay, Merrick. I'll keep an eye for it. Very nice team, bro. Very nice team. That is pretty disgusting, man. Yeah, the Despair Kinky in there with all that strip, and then Kinky not being able to be reset. It's just disgusting. Sorry, the Vertihile not being able to crit on the Kinky is what I meant to say. It's just disgusting. Alright, so we've got a joke from Merrick, and then we are going to be talking about how Eternal will identify as speed tuning, and then we're going to be drawing for the next one. Oh, can you make up the accuracy off an artifact, though, Vlad? You should be able to just make up the accuracy off an artifact, bro. Whoops. Are we getting, like, duplication? Did that just, like, Oh no, it was 3 separate subs. Okay. Okay, that's fixed. I mean, are you propositioning me, Aaron? I don't really go that way. Okay, no, I will try to do anything on your account. It's 30 minutes of account help, so I don't promise that I'll finish, and I don't promise that I'll accomplish it. I mean, like, if you ask me to build you a 20-second NB12 team, I can't do it, you know, but I can try. So it's basically whatever you want me to try to do. It's account help, but try and ask within reason of something that can be done. All right, so Merrick says Batman and Robin are driving back to the Batcave when the Batmobile stutters and dies. Batman turns to Robin and says, "Robin, check the battery." The battery. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you missed the dash. All right. So let's open up the optimizer. So guys, this is once you've identified your team, once you have identified the there we go. Once you've identified your core team, the next step is to figure out what speed you can run your team at. So we're going to load in Fatal Errors account right here. Yes, Aaron, you can do that on the member streams only. I will not get into room cleanup on regular streams because it's miserable. But today is a thank you to the members, so I will do it on the member streams. Okay, so Jason, we've got your optimizer loaded in, bro. Now, what we're going to do right now is we're going to run a series of test builds. We are not trying to find your... Did I see Vlad in supporter chat? No, I don't usually watch Discord while I'm streaming. Batarang. Okay, so Jason, we're going to run a series of test builds. We're not trying to find your perfect build right now. That doesn't matter. What we actually want to do is take runes out of play and figure out how deep you can build your team at a certain speed. So basically, the concept here, if you think about it like this, if I put 6 runes on Mo Long because I built him first, it's probably going to be the best possible build for all monsters because it's going to take out of all my best runes. But if I build 10 monsters, then it's going to take 60 runes onto those 10 monsters, and it's going to be some mix of 60 of my 100 best runes or something as they come together. So the idea here is we don't want to spend like an hour doing a Mo Long build, and then it turns out that we built him too fast or too slow. So the first thing we're going to do is a super fast Mo Long. When I say super fast, we're going to run the build super fast. We're going to find a Mo Long build that meets the stat criteria we're looking for. We're going to put that build on him. We're going to lock the build, and that way those 6 runes are out of play. And then we're going to go run builds on the next 3 or 4 monsters after him. And as long as we can get the speed tuning that we want for each of those monsters, then we know we're good. But if we run out of runes and we run out of builds, then we know that we're building too fast and we need to drop a few speeds slower. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So for right here, we're going to say 47,000 HP because we want 50 on the Mo Long. We're going to say 220. We're going to put him in Vio Will. We are going to say speed, HP. We're not going to worry about grinds because it just takes too long to run the build that way. We are running off of every monster you have. So right now there are no monsters locked in the optimizer, and I have unchecked use runes from inventory. I'm going to put a maximum search depth out right here. I'm going to set the minimum accuracy to 30. I'm going to go plus 15, and then I'm just going to optimize, and I don't even have to run all the builds. I just have to run enough builds that I know that I've got some builds. So that was enough. From right here, I'm just going to probably sort out by efficiency. Holy crap, bro. You've got some legit runes, man. 108% efficiency build is straight up legit. So, rather than by efficiency, we'll just go by HP. This is 99, 99, 102. So we'll take this 102% build. And again, I'm not truly building. I never like to leave search depth blank. I didn't realize that if you left it blank, that would actually work, but if I put it at 1 billion or whatever, it still runs every rune possible, so... Just switch back to 1080p. Is this how clear reality is? Bro, Merrick, congrats on the Wi-Fi also. Congrats on the Lucian and the Wi-Fi in the same day, bro. That's actually a huge win. Okay, so Jason, I would say just from the rune quality that I just saw right here, I already think 220 is too low. So I'm going to rerun this build actually at 230. We'll leave the search depth blank for you. And we're going to go ahead and re-optimize. Actually, look at that. That came up with less builds. We went from... Oh, you know what? The less builds might be due to the speed. Let me see. No, look at that. See, we've got 1 billion combinations there. Oh, now it's still 1 billion. Oh, it's because I locked them all long. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We gotta unlock that. Okay. Go ahead and leave that blank. We'll go ahead and rerun the builds. Okay, we'll just sort by HP. Here's one at 227. Let's bring this up to 230. Go ahead and apply. 232. Let's just take a build right at 230. We're going to go ahead and put this on the Molong. Now, I don't have a spreadsheet in front of me, so I don't know all of the builds that we need to run for you. But with that said, I do remember the Grogan was in there. Because normally with this, obviously, I would have actually taken, and I did a full video on this already, so you guys can look up the spreadsheet video. But normally what I would have done is after I identified your 30 monsters, I would have put them all in a spreadsheet. I would have prioritized my build order and given them classifications before I started running these test builds. So from here now, I do remember the Grogan is going to need to go right in front of the Molong. We know he's going to need really high stat quality. So we're going to come in here, we're going to do Decimate. We're going to change this to 960, assuming that he truly does double damage. We're going to go 1200 defense. We're going to pretend he's max skilled. Our speed lead is, or rather, our lead is probably going to be the Molong. So we just put the HP lead in there. There won't be any setup for him at all, so we're just going to apply. And then we're going to say the typical Triana might be 40,000 HP, so he needs to be able to do 16,000 damage. He does need a little bit of accuracy because of those stuns, so we'll put him at 20. His base speed is 96, so since he's slow, we know we need him in front of the Molong. And then I am not worried about his HP, but I do need his effective HP to be 150k to work in a bruiser team. True, he also needs that 100 crit rate. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and put that 100 crit rate in. Oh. We'll also leave a crit rate rune there as an option, and we'll leave an attack rune there as an option as well. We do want him in Violent, but we will accept, actually, we'll accept any build that can make the damage. Violent is preferred, but any build that makes the damage is okay. Oh, bro, that's crazy, Merrick. Yeah, so you went from, like, slow world to no world to full world. Okay, Hotshot, we will, bro. Okay, and we have no builds. Now, I don't know if this is a matter of damage. We're going to drop the damage and just see what his damage ranges are, or if this was a matter of stats. So, damage range, we can already see 8,200. That's kind of depressingly low. I really thought he would do more. Okay, I guess with no setup, he can't soften. So since he can't soften, that does tell us already that you're going to want to run him behind the Molong. So now we'll look for him at 225. And let's Let's see. We'll take a tanky build. We need him in violent, though. Okay, that's fine. Again, we just want to take runes out of play and see if we can speed tune at this range. And then we would continue on. You know, you would run... Harmonia is not going to be your third priority, but I think you get the idea. So we're just going to keep running builds. And then, of course, as you're doing these builds, you should be putting them in your optimizer over here. And as you add in each build, have your Ciara in here right now. And make sure that you click and unclick the speed lead, so you make sure that the speed tuning holds consistent. So where you'll get into trouble, for example, is like, let's say you do a Jemire, right? If you were to speed tune the Jemire with the speed lead and then remove the speed lead, he would wind up falling behind Molong. So you're going to want to make sure that as you rune each monster and you put them in and you lock them, you put them into the speed tune with and without a speed lead, and make sure that that speed tuning holds consistent. So I feel like you're going to want to speed tune somewhere between 220 and 230, with Molong being the first build you run. You do have some ridiculous rune quality in there, so after just seeing the efficiency of those builds, I think this Molong team definitely will get you well into Conqueror. I don't know how high it'll go because you are missing a couple of key monsters. Icarus would help you tremendously. Zarath would have been so much better than Grogan. But I do think that you should definitely go well into Conqueror with this team if you speed tune everything and build it all correct. Alrighty, guys. So, the winner of the next account giveaway is Shmoo. Congratulations, Shmoo. So guys, I am going to reset that, and I'm going to reopen for the next giveaway. Shmoo, you've got 30 minutes, bro. Tell me what you would like us to try and do for you. Merrick, we're giving your account away. We didn't think you deserved to have Illusion, man. I hacked your password. I'm going to change you out for an account without Illusion. Obviously, account assistance giveaway. Yeah, account assistance giveaway. I should already have it, right? Quad rolled HP percent. Yeah, Vlad, I could never do... I could never do an alt. I could never keep up with it. Fail error... No. You want the Harmonia in there. So Molong Harmonia Icarus would then work really well as the Bruiser Core. It's gonna vary based on what you're fighting, but keep the Harmonia in there and just add the Icarus in. Or if anything, replace the Icarus for Barbara, because Icarus can do to all those fire monsters pretty much what Barbara can do, and Barbara still needed to be deviled and really doesn't fit perfectly into that team. She can work in that team a hell of a lot better than Savannah, honestly, but Icarus is still a big upgrade over Savannah for that. Excuse me, over Barbara for that team. Especially because the Barbara is going to just be so rune intensive. To get her able to survive in a Bruiser comp is really hard. Artemil, Daphnis, Annabelle, Barbara, Masha, Vanessa. I was going to say you had me at Artemil, but then you lost me after Artemil. Okay, so Shmoo wants RTA. I don't know why I just restarted that. Let's go ahead and... Whoops. That was dumb. Okay, we're just logging into Shmoo's account now. Oh, so does that mean you'd finally take my account now, Eternal, now that I have Hathor? Yeah, Brandizzle, I think you were off. I was talking about that earlier. So, it's a stupid thing on YouTube. In order to make the stream available to Patreons, I have to do it as an unlisted stream instead of a member stream, and for some reason it disables super chats on the unlisted streams. Alright guys, we are on Shmoo's account and we are going to be doing an RTA box, the same as we just did for Jason. So we're going to do the exact same thing here. We're going to go through, we're going to take out everything that you have now, and we're just going to start fresh. Hey, we've got Mo Long again, guys. We're going to be doing a lot of Mo Long comps this season. Eternal, my password is delete Hathor 69. Let's go ahead and try it. Man, Vlad, you've got some of the craziest summoning luck of anybody. You've 3 LDs in a week. You've got Bastet and Artemiel on a starter account. And honestly, early game runes are irrelevant at this point, because with B12s out, if somebody is willing to spend, because obviously you have to be able to farm, but if somebody is willing to spend enough on crystals to farm, Monster Box matters way more than runes. You can have OP runes in 3 to 6 months if you truly just farm non-stop. That's all it takes now with B12s. You need like 3 months in the B12s and you need 2 months in BJR5. And you've got Guardian level runes. That's like all it takes. But I mean, I'm talking like farming around the clock, right? It's like your life revolves around Summoner's War. So, but if you're really that committed and that dedicated, monsters definitely matter more than runes. All right, guys. So we've got Shmoo's account here. We're gonna be picking a box for Shmoo for the upcoming season. So Annabelle, we've already talked. A lot of these are gonna be monsters I've already talked about Shmoo in the last one. So I probably won't spend as much time on a monster I've already discussed because you're going to be doing a Mo Long style team again. So if I go fast and you have questions about a monster, if you forgot what I covered on it or something, just let me know. Okay, bro? Alright, so Annabelle, for all the reasons we discussed before, we need a triple revenge Vertihile. Kaki is an awesome counter to Artemiels and Mihos. Suki, I actually think would work really, really well in a Mo Long comp. So I think both of these are actually really good for you. Lauren and Fran, mandatory for basically every RTA team. Fuki would also potentially work in a Mo Long comp, but I think I prefer the Suki over the Fuki. So that'll be it from this part of the box right here. Alright, we've got Vigor. That is for sure going to be in every Bruiser style RTA box. And then I think the Aerial will work as a really good counter against Asima and potentially Rika and those types of dot teams. So, of course, we've got the Superstar Mo Long coming in. Water Ryu, honestly, as strong as he is, I don't feel like he fits that well in a Mo Long team. You could potentially rune him to give yourself an opportunity to cut, but I just don't feel like he's the right fit for you. Now, Shizuka is much more interesting. I think she actually can work as a like a counter to Gianna sometimes. That's how I used her last season. It's a tricky build because she needs really high attack or the bombs she passes back do nothing. And she doesn't work, like, at all without Gani. You have to have Shizuka Gani, and you have to be able to get the Shizuka Gani through, which is tricky. Okay, so Tattoo, no. Oki, of course. Obviously, with the Molong team, you're going to do a Bruiser Oki build. I would potentially do a lot of first picking Oki if I were you. So what you do is you first pick Oki and people think you're running Cleave, so they move into anti-Cleave, and then you pivot into that Molong and they're just wrecked. Happened to me a lot last season. That's not my theory craft, that's the team that was wrecking me last week. Vlad, Jameyer can work with her, but the Gani pushback and cycling helps a lot more. So I guess she'd be okay with Jameyer, but I would still prefer the Gani. But she's got to be able to be reset because the debuffs and the buffs are only one turn each. So her skill 3 is amazing, but it doesn't last long enough if you can't get that second turn of utility out of it. Brandizzle, so Shizuka is interesting. I have not found a lot of uses for her, but kind of what I was talking about as like a Gianna counter. You know, you can run some kind of fun comps with her. She's a very fun monster, so I wouldn't talk badly about her because I think she's a lot of fun, but her kit is very limited. Like, people really overreacted when she came out. She's a very situational pick, and you're not going to get to use her that often. You definitely can't build a core comp around her. Sophia uses S3, Luna uses S3. Yeah, Merrick, so it's always the skill 3 on those. Okay, so we've got the Oki, we've got the Juno, who we talked about earlier, Harmonia, of course. I'm not going to flag the second... Oh, that's the first Vertihile. So, Triple Revenge, Vertihile. We'll run Belinus unless we find Rika later. Velajul, of course, great bruiser. You can run a Trap, Double Nemesis, Will Daphnis in this team, but I know you're boxed enough to think that you won't need it. I think you've got better options. We do want the Leica in here for sure. We do need a Triana. The Hathor is actually a really good last pick in this team. Fang is also a really good last pick, so he would work really well there. Of course, Ciara. Of course, Jameyer, very nice. And I already marked a Lauren and a Fran, so we're good there. Huadam is an interesting anti-cleave monster. I don't know if he's going to quite fit or not, but we're definitely going to mark him to start and see. So now we're coming down into the level 35s, but these would still give you targets to build. So Shihu is amazing in RTA, but a little bit less so in the Molong comps. She is intriguing. I've tried her a couple of times. I'm not totally sold. I know other people are. I feel like she's definitely usable now where she wasn't before, but I don't think she quite does enough to make my team. Tessarian is also a really good counter pick for the Oblivion. Vanessa's going to be perfect for your anti-cleave. By the way, in terms of devil priority, using Vanessa for anti-cleave, she does not need to be deviled. Of course, it's always better if she is, but it's not necessary, so don't boost her up your priority list. Fire Bison is also pretty good in RTA. Triton really doesn't fit the team that we're talking about. Gani is going to be amazing for that team. Xing Zhe is amazing for that team. Luis is potentially usable, but I'd worry that you'd be too short on damage. We already got one Fang mark, so very nice on the Duke Fang. Wind Bison would also fit really well. I think Raitesh might fit well. I do think Raitesh might fit well, so who would I take out for the Raitesh? Because we just hit our 30. Probably take out the Huadam because we had Vanessa. So I think we can run that Raitesh over Vanessa. Let's see. Grago no, Shren no. Amduat, he's a good Special League monster, but probably not so great for RTA in the current metas. So I think that's it. So we got to your box of 30 right there. Shmoo, yeah, Poseidon is definitely something you should 6-star. He can work in arena cleaves, he can work in some siege and guild offense cleaves, and he's amazing for TOA. Definitely a really good pick, so congratulations on the Poseidon, bro. That's awesome. Yeah, so Merrick, I don't remember the exact speed tuning because it's very precise speed tuning with ticks, but if you go look for a Seishizo video, it's about a year old. Actually, let me find it for you because it'll be a lot easier for me to find it for you. Seishizo covers Luna's AI in depth and the specific speed tuning that you have to use in order to make sure that Luna turn cycles twice in a row. I mean, I'm sure I could figure out the math, but I couldn't figure it out on stream. It's kind of complex math. But basically, you need the Luna to be one tick faster than everybody else on your team. Okay, so if it is not that video, then it's going to be another video in that series. So he did a series of videos using Julie and Luna for perfect AI in Dragons, Giants, and Necro, but I'm positive, almost positive, it was the Dragons video where he covered the Luna speed tuning by ticks in depth. So I would check out that video, Merrick, and then if not, check out the other Seishizos, and it's a B10 video, so they're about a year old, not B12. But I think it was in the Dragons B10 video where he did all the math, where he mathed it out for Luna to turn cycle. Let's see. Vlad, so replays are 1,000 to show it. It's 3,000 to have it analyzed, but they can only be done in between content. So you can do it after I'm off of Shmoo's account. Alright, so we've got a Kaki and we've got a Suki. I think that's overkill. I'll probably take out the Suki. Okay, so Vlad, the command is a replay, exclamation point, a replay, which is analyze replay. Alright, so Shmoo, this is, I think, the box I would go with for you. Because you do have the Gani and the Jamire, I think the Shizuka fits. Now, we're going to take a, because we were able to do the box real quick, I'm going to take a quick look at your runes and tell you, I think, about where you want to speed tune everything. And Shmoo, do you have any questions so far while I'm taking a look at this? Okay, we got a bunch in the 20s, but it tapers off. So this is what, 30, 40, 50, 60 runes in. We're at plus 12s. So 60 runes in, we're at plus 12s. So if we, but a lot of these are ungrinded. So let's figure if we could do 16 times 5 plus 42 plus 100. That's a... Why is that math coming out wrong? It's just 80 plus 42 plus 100, right? 222. That feels a little too fast. Okay, so Shmoo, I think, I mean, looking at the runes, I feel like you can get into the 220 range, but that might, it still feels a little too fast for me on your account. Largely just because you have a lot of runes that still need to be gemmed and grinded, and I know we've been doing some BJR5. It just takes time. I'm going to say I feel like your speed tuning probably needs to be closer to 210 to pull this team off and get everything runed. So when I say 210, that would put the Mo Long at 210. I think when we did the Mo Long, you asked me to just build like the best Mo Long you could. So this is a little bit different concept now. When we're just building one amazing Mo Long right here, this is actually a really, really good Mo Long. But the question is, can you speed tune all of the monsters around him? At 235, I don't think you can get a full monster box. I think you'd probably be limited to just a team of like 5 to 7 monsters, which doesn't give you the ability to pivot and pick and ban and all that. So I would slow this Mo Long down. I would bring him down to somewhere around 210, 215 is what I'm thinking for your account. And then when we think in terms of speed tuning, and of course I don't have it set up so that I can copy Excel into I don't have it set up so I can copy Excel in here, but I did put a copy of the Excel template that I used in that video in Discord, so you can download it, or I can just send it to you, bro. Just let me know. But basically, you want to go into the sheet and you want to prioritize all 30 monsters. So in terms of just like quickly looking without typing it all in, because for me it's about a 3-hour process, 2 to 3 hour process to like do all of the prep work. But just like in terms of quickly advising you, if the Mo Long is 215, you're going to want the Juno to be somewhere in the 225 range, the Annabelle in the 223 range, the Harmonia at the 217 mark, Leica about 210, Fang about 210, Ciara 210, Jemire 230, 231, Lauren 229, Fran 229. So basically the idea here is that you want. Let me just set up a window. Let me set up a window for the Excel. I'm making this too complicated. Okay, bear with me a moment, guys. There's some sort of weird glitch in Windows where when Nox is running, it does not open Excel for like 5 minutes. Okay, so there we go. We got the Excel open. Let's do a window capture. We're going to add Excel. Okay, there we go. No, just nerding of some sort, Vlad. So actually, funny but true story. It was about 15 years ago. I was super into fantasy sports for a long time. I was really into fantasy sports, especially fantasy baseball. So about 15 years ago, I had a night job. I worked from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. And my whole job was basically just to be available, but not like I had very little work to do. I just had to be available. So I was sitting in an office all night with nothing to do, but I was on a company internet that blocked off most websites. So I couldn't access my fantasy sports scores, and this was, of course, before iPhones and all that. But I could access ESPN, so I built this gigantic spreadsheet that just calculated my fantasy scores on an ongoing basis, and all I would do is sit on ESPN and enter in the box scores all night long. Major nerding out right there, but that's how I passed the time, because I was just freaking bored. And anyway. But yeah, I've worked in spreadsheets for a lot of my life. I use spreadsheets a lot for work also. Not in accounting, I run a nonprofit, but obviously for data management, we work with really big volumes of data. So we're a statewide organization. We reach out to over 100,000 people a year. We work with hundreds of organizations, and there's a lot of data that we track and manage. Obviously, a lot of it is done with computer programs and with much more advanced programs than Excel, but some of it is handled in Excel, and I've actually built some Excel reports that will actually generate pretty PDFs using data dumps from databases and stuff like that. Okay, so anyway. So Jason, I have been out of fantasy baseball. My last year playing fantasy baseball was the year that Trout and Harper broke into the big leagues. And I joined a new keeper league that year, and I got Trout and Harper for $3 each, and it was a lifetime keeper league as rookies. But I didn't like the league because I didn't know any people in real life. It was just like a random league that I found online, and they were taking 40%. So I bailed on the league after that year. Whoever inherited my team probably won the league for the next 5 years. I mean, Trout and Harper for $3 a piece. I think I had Strasburg on that team as well. But yeah, that was the last year I played fantasy baseball. I just kind of lost interest because I wasn't playing with friends anymore. And just playing with random people online, it didn't do it for me. Alright, so, Shmoo. Here is the spreadsheet. Again, this template is in Discord. But what we want to do, and we're not going to do, you know, the whole process, again, it takes more than the 30 minutes of account help. But to give you an idea of how you would do it. So we're going to type in the monsters that we've chosen, right? Annabelle, Molong, Shizuka, Okeanos, Juno, Harmonia, Verd, Belinus, Ariel, Kaki, Jameir, Raytesh, Ganymede, right? Obviously we have 30 here, but just for expedience sake, that's enough. All of these monsters actually should have been over here. Let's go ahead and fix that. Now, for each of these monsters, we are going to fill out the runes that we want. So like Annabelle's going to be Vio Will. Ariel, we're probably going to go Nem Will. You can also put Ariel on why can't I type Ariel's name? There we go. You can also put Ariel on Violet Will, but I think Double Nemesis Will works for his purposes here. For the Molong, of course, we want Vio Will, Shizuka, you want Vio Will, Oki, Vio Will for this team, Juno, Despair, Revenge, and so on. So you're going to fill out all the sets you want. Once all of the sets are filled out, you can go ahead and just hide these columns. We can hide the notes column as well for right now. And now we give each of these monsters classifications. So you see I've got the list of turn orders here. I've updated this list a little bit. I need to put a new spreadsheet into... Actually, I think this is all it is. We just did this and I added Rebooster. We'll call this... Actually, we'll change this to Turn Cycler. So we've got Booster, Cleanser, Immunity Stripper, and so on down the list. Should I gem HP for crit damage in a Swift Slot 3, 22 speed, 12 crit rate, 7 accuracy, 7 crit damage? 26 speed rune, that's the type of rune that you're probably going to be trying to outspeed with. But man, it sucks that nothing... I would leave that rune alone for right now. And I know this is coming from me, right guys? But I would leave that rune alone for right now until it lands on a monster. Once it lands on a monster, figure out if that monster is ever going to get hit. And if it is, I would gem the HP over the accuracy. I think the crit damage, it's a max roll and it synergizes really well with the crit rate. So if you do wind up gemming HP, I would go over the accuracy. You can make up accuracy off of slot 2 or off of the slot 6 accuracy or out of innates. It's a little harder. I don't know why. I always just find it a little harder to make up the crit. Oh, I know why. It's also because you can make up accuracy off of artifacts. And you can technically make up crit damage off of artifacts, but the artifact accuracy rolls are higher. And they're easier to get to synergize. Tiana still does damage, bro. I mean, I build Tiana speed crit rate resistance. But yeah, I mean, if it's going on... Oh, so it's going on your Tiana that's going to be in a Shield Will team. And, okay, Tiana does not need the accuracy, so yeah, I would gem HP over accuracy for your Tiana. Because you can always gem accuracy back. There's no law that says you can't just gem back and wind up with higher accuracy. But yeah, I would keep the crit damage, give her some crit rate subs, because she does good damage for that team. But give her the HP off of the accuracy. Okay, so Shmoo, back to your account. Oh, last thing, Jason. So Ace actually, he's in a fantasy baseball league. He was, thought he was gonna have a spot for me this year. He didn't wind up having one. But yeah, I would probably join again. These days I'm so busy, I can't keep up with baseball. I've been out of touch with it for 5 years, so I'd be terrible. I'd get crushed in the league, but it would still be fun just to talk shit. the problem is I don't think I'd get to talk any shit because I think I'd be dead last. It's been so long. Like, I used to just live, eat, sleep, and breathe baseball data. That was like my passion. And somehow I just lost it. These days I love basketball. I love watching basketball. Baseball's gotten too dull to watch. And it's hard to get into it just from the stat side without really watching it. Anyway, Shmoo, back to your account. So we've got our monsters here. And of course, again, you're going to type in all 30 monsters. I just did this as an example. Now we're going to go for classifications. And what you do is you look on the side here and you figure out what is the highest classification that monster can land into. So Annabelle's highest classification is a cleanser. She can also defense break, but she can also do a little damage. She's also a healer, but her highest classification is cleanser. So we put her in a 2. Ariel is also a cleanser, so he's a 2. Mo Long's best classification is stripper, so we put him as a 4. Shizuka is just weird. I really don't know what you would call her, but I would call her a damage dealer or a control monster because ultimately that's what you're doing. It's more control. She's like a control monster, so you put her there at 8. The Okeanos is also a control monster, so you put him there at 8. So you go through and you define all of these monsters. Then we talk about them in terms of runing priority. So priority doesn't mean priority on your team. It means the priority and order in which you're going to rune them. So that's a combination of 2 things. One is how often will you use the monster, and 2 is how rune intensive is the monster. For example, Ariel is not rune intensive at all, especially because we're going to put him on a double nemesis set, so he's not competing with other monsters for violent runes. So I can just drop Ariel in as my last monster to rune at number 30 right off the bat. Conversely, the Mo Long is what my entire team is built around, and he does need a lot of stats. So Mo Long is my first monster to rune. Okeanos, super stat hungry monster, and you may wind up using him a fair amount, so you might put him at number 2. Harmonia is going to be in most of your drafts, but she's pretty easy to rune. She needs like speed, HP, resistance, and defense. You're not going to have as many monsters competing for those runes. So you might put her at number 20. And once you've filled out all of your list, you'll start cycling through. So let's say I go 3, I go 4, I go 5, and then I come down and I'm like, oh man, you know what? Kaki needs those runes more than Shizuka does. So I'm actually going to make Kaki a 4. I'm going to change Shizuka to 5, Juno to 6, and you just kind of reorganize the list. Once you have all of your monsters sorted by priority, you then start to run your builds. So we look at Mo Long, he's classification 4. We're setting a speed target of 210 for our classification 4 for our strippers. Excuse me, we're actually, Mo Long can strip, but his strip's not reliable. I put him in a classification 5, my bad. So he's defense break. He's also a sniper, but we put him in the classification 5. So we're setting our Mo Long speed at 210. So we're setting the Mo Long, we're setting the classification 5 at a 210 speed. So our buffers, we're going to want them right around 210. We maybe make them 209. Our healers, maybe make them 208. Control monsters, 207. Obviously, you need slightly more, slightly bigger gaps than this because it doesn't speed tune perfectly. But this is kind of like the range that you want to be in. Something like this. And then the anti-cleave and anti-control and turn cycler, they don't really matter all that much. You just want them somewhere close. So these could all be like 195. Now your stripper needs to act in front of Mo Long, so we want there somewhere around 212. Your immunity needs to act a little bit in front of theirs, like 214. Your cleanser like 216. And then if you're running any boosters, they're just fast, right? So that's how you would do it. So now we've got our speed tunes over here. So now I can say my Mo Long target speed is 210 because he's classification 5. And then I can go ahead and run the build. I know it's a super complicated process, and that's why it takes me 10 hours to do an account. But this is the process I use, and so there you go, Shmoo. A little bit of extra info if you want to flag this time on stream. The stream will repost. You'll need the direct link to access it, but it'll still repost. So Jason, my issue with the game is more a lack of action. It's not specifically the pace, although that ties into pace. But it's because everything has become strikeouts and home runs that it's like soccer. Like there's just nothing going on. So I'm okay with players taking time to set up their thoughts, although pace of game does get dull. But for me, it's more just that there's no action. Stolen bases are a thing of the past. And it's not that I'm a baseball purist. I've always found the home run to be exciting. It's that I think we just went too far with it, and there's no action to enjoy. It's just waiting for a home run, and that kind of bores me. It's also fewer amazing defensive plays, not because there's not good defenders. The defenders now are probably better than in the past because they have better workout routines. There's just, there's less balls hitting to play. So if there's less balls hitting to play, there's less amazing defensive plays also. Oh man, Jason, I did. What can I say? I'm just not super into soccer. Nothing wrong with it, man. Anybody who's into a game, more power to them. Like, at the end of the day, it's all just about what you enjoy. It really is just about what you enjoy. Okay, guys, last chance to enter, by the way. We're about to pick the next account. Yeah, I mean, I used to be really into it. I've been to, like, I think 17 or 18 stadiums. I've had some killer seats at some games. Used to be a big passion of mine. It just isn't anymore. Oh, replay. Yes, my bad, Vlad. Go to channel 333. Yeah, you got it, Schmidt. You got it, bro. Alright guys, so I will be closing the drawing and pulling the winner at the end of this replay. So we've got Vlad, who's done an analyzed replay. So, Vlad is in Fighter 3, but not that far actually. I think Conqueror won the cutoff we saw in Eternals. It's about 1350, so you're a little, like maybe an 8 to 10 win streak away. And we're fighting Benton right now. So Benton first picks Oki, and Vlad comes out with the Water Ryu Juno. So this is somewhat of a standard meta counter from last season. Good efforts against Oki right here, and also monsters that play really well. Like if the Oki user tries to pivot out, then you're going to be in pretty good shape as well. Benton comes back with the Ciara and the Vertihile. So I gotta say, the Vertihile pick does not make a lot of sense right here. I don't know if he's just like afraid that you're gonna take a Leo. I feel like maybe he's just gun shy or something. I mean, the Vertihile really just doesn't make sense. Ciara makes sense, obviously. Speed lead, some additional damage, but the Vertihile pick here really just loses me. So Vlad comes out now with the Diana. I got to admit, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of Diana here because you don't have a lot of targets for that Diana yet. I would have probably saved Diana as a last pick. The Jemire, of course, does make sense here. The one problem also is you've got Diana on effectively a 0 cooldown. You've got Water Ryu, who's basically a 0 cooldown. I mean, he turn cycles himself like crazy. Diana turn cycles herself, and Juno turn cycles herself. So the Jemire doesn't synergize as well with these three. What I would have rather have seen you pick is something in place of the Diana that offers more of a threat to the double fire monsters that he has over here. And also something that's going to benefit a little bit more from Jemire's kit so that we're not taking Jemire out of play. You're also lacking defense break at this point, so if you had a fire monster right here that would have a higher cooldown and some sort of strip or strip into defense break or defense break, something like that, or either that or just some sustain or immunity. That's kind of what I would like. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Barbara, it could be a fire monster as well. But I would just like to see something that brought a little bit more balance. Immunity or sustain or defense break, but something with a little bit more balance that also sets you up to use this Jemire a little bit more. Yeah, Helena Vigor could have also worked there, or even just Helena. Well, the Helena's not going to turn cycle off the Jemire either, but yeah, something that just synergizes with the Jemire, basically. Another option here. Oh, there we go. So Shmoo logged in. We're gonna jump back over to my account. I'm gonna have you share your replay one more time. Yeah, no, Vlad, I hadn't switched yet. I was on Shmoo's account still, but I'm sure he wanted to get back onto his account. Oh, no, don't worry. No worries, Shmoo. No worries at all, bro. Okay, Vlad, I'm back in 333. So Eternal says, how often would you say that an RTA box should be adjusted and runes juggled? Ace did my box in January, and except for minor changes, it's remained untouched. So Eternal, whenever the meta changes, you're going to want to retool your team. I don't know yet if the meta is going to change much this season. I think we'll know more in about 2 weeks. So if the meta changes, you want to retool your box. If the meta doesn't change, I would say like probably every 2 seasons, but it really depends on how much you farm. If you know your rune quality has gone up appreciably, that's when you should do it. But it's not like just, oh, I got one amazing rune. It's like, okay, I've got 20 runes that are better, or 10, 10 or 20 runes that are better than what I'm running in RTA now. Because once you go to rebuild your RTA, it's a gigantic job, right? So I would say like, either once every 2 seasons, or whenever the meta changes, or whenever your rune quality has gone up noticeably. Those are the times when I would do it. Or those are the times when I do it for myself. Better way to say it. So dies a lot. I believe Joker's is full, so maybe check with Fatal Error about Kings. So dies a lot. I don't think they did enough in the balance patch to change the meta, but I think the 7-year scrolls may actually result in a meta change because people are going to be able to pull so many of their key target monsters. Maybe I'm just being hopeful, because last season's meta was the most miserable gaming experience I've ever had. I hated it so much. Like, I've never played a video game where I kept playing when I didn't enjoy it as much as last season's RTA. So maybe I'm just being hopeful, but I think that maybe the 7-year scrolls will contribute to a shift in meta. Okay, so Hotshot says there is 2 open. There you go. So dies a lot. Hotshot is in our Discord. He is Hotshot. Jason Leo is absolutely worth Devils. Yes, 100%. Do I think you would survive in Aces? I'd have to look back at your JSON again, Jason. I know you would survive in Kings. You might have a little ways to go to survive in Aces, but I'd have to look at your JSON again to really answer that question. And also, right now, I think Aces is still floating around in high G1, but I know we're trying to get them into... The target is G2, so I'm not sure if you're there quite yet for G2 or not, without looking at your account again. Oh, I'm back on here, and I forgot to change this. Eternal, you'd be fine in Kings. Yeah, you'd be fine in Kings. Just play with your Kinky all day long, man. That's like all you need. Kinky is just like an auto win every Guild War, I think. Okay, good. Yeah, so Aces is consistent G2. That's actually awesome to hear. Because I know it was rough at the start, so dies a lot, so that's really, really good to hear, man. Okay, so back to Vlad's replay here. The other thing you could have done, honestly, bro, is even just pick the Fire Ryu with the Jemire. However, again, you still run into that issue of I don't think the Jemire synergizes well enough. So I might have liked to have seen like Fire Ryu here and then something else on the wind or water side that would have given you more utility. But just my thoughts on this. So anyway, Benton comes back with Antares and Masha, so he's now crazy fire heavy. You bring the Fire Ryu, which is actually a really nice pick here. It's a perfect counter because he's going to counter attack like crazy. Presumably you just ban the Ciara. It's an easy ban. I am thinking he's obviously going to let the Diana through because he's got that covered. He's probably going to ban the Juno. Might ban the Water Ryu, but the most... Actually, yeah. Yeah, because he's too fire heavy. He's going to let that Juno through and try and deal with it with the Masha. So he's going to ban the Water Ryu, and you are going to ban the Ciara. That would be my expectation. Jason, not a priority. She benefits from it, but she's not a priority. So you ban the Antares, and he bans the Fire Ryu. Wow, okay. I get the Fire Ryu ban. I'm not sold on the Antares. That's bad luck, man. That was bad luck with the Masha getting the defense break. Juno, wow, that's also really bad luck. Okay, so Ciara's got the bomb onto... Ciara's got the bomb onto the Water Ryu. The Masha also just ignored attribute. Masha is going crazy here. We do get the reset from the Jemire. I don't think he expected to be cut right there. Now, is this going to be like Diana doing Diana things? Is Diana just going to go ham and take out the Ciara? No. Okay. So Ciara turn cycles. We get the attack break right here. Now, this is the downside of the fact that... Whoa! He missed everything, guys! That Oki missed... The only thing he actually stuns is the water monster. Go figure. Diana hanging on by 1 HP will finish off this Ciara. Very nice. Very nice. Goes for the stun on the Masha and misses it. Okay, I mean, at this point, the Juno can pretty much solo. You don't even need the other 2 monsters. What's up, Noah? How you doing, man? Okay, Masha's dismounted. The reset on the Juno is kind of silly. Those counters, man. That's like the 2nd or 3rd counter with the Juno right there, too. That's a dead Masha now, right? You're going to turn cycle in front. Oh, the proc on the Jemire right there. Okay. I'm doing very well, Noah. I'm doing very well. Again, he stuns the Water Ryu, man. That's crazy. So this is going to be a Water Ryu solo. I see it coming. We get the glancing here. This should kill the Oki, right? And then it's just, yeah, this is just going to be Water Ryu. Water Ryu solo on the Verd. Man, that Verd is countering... The Verd and the Juno both, man. I don't know. That was like infinite counters on both the Verd and the Juno. Holding on by 1 HP. Very nice win, Vlad. Very nice win, bro. Yeah, I assume the Jemire was max res. That's why you pick him in that spot. I think you could have gotten away with last picking the Jemire and not forcing him in, but if you did force him in where you did, I just would have liked to have seen something with a little bit more synergy. That's all I was really saying. Oki has never gotten a full team stun in the 60 wings you've dropped, huh? Alright. Challenge accepted. Let's see what happens here. Let me see if Oki's ruined. I can't remember the last time I used him. 265. That's a little fast, but... 259. Okay, that's too fast. I think I have Tiana is faster. Okay, I'm going against a freaking Halfus. Okay, yeah. Can't outspeed that without the speed lead. Can't outspeed that without a speed lead. That I can outspeed. Okay. $271. I think that outspeeds. I think that still outspeeds. What's up, Ace? How you doing, man? Alright, this is the first time I've used Oki in a month or two. First time I've used Oki in the game in forever. But let's see how he does. Oh yeah, he got nothing. He got nothing there. He stuns the Juno, that doesn't matter. Yes I am, Eternal. You know I can't take things at face value. That reminds me, I want to test that Iris later, also. Alright, so the next account assistance winner is going to be Papa Panda. Papa Panda with the win. What's up, man? You've been quiet today. Why are you giving Papa Panda 5,000? Was there a bet I missed or something? Or did Papa Panda sell it to you? You made a bet. Wow. Were there odds on that bet or something? That's a big chunk right there, bro. That's a big chunk. Mods, do me a favor. We owe Brandizzle a lot of points. Well, no, we owe, Mods, do me a, well, I can't say mods. Aaron, do me a favor. Please give Brandizzle 1,500 points. Because we didn't give him his monthly points off of Patreon. And guys, let's say, alright. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I'm going to do my first placement battle. I have nothing ruined except for Special League monsters, guys. I have nothing ruined but Special League monsters. So here's the deal. If I can win this placement battle, I will give each of you, well, I will give everybody on stream 500 points. I have to win this placement battle with only Special League monsters. Depends on what I match up with, Brendiz. I've got nothing to counter like an Oki, I don't think. Alright. This way he won't know I'm going Special League. Crap, I only have one stripper. Okay. Let's see, is this one violent? Yeah, this one's violent. Let's do this. I finished G2 Ace. I didn't do wings the last 2 days because I was doing account overhauls and I knew I wasn't going to make G3, so I just stopped. I think I fell down a lot. I'm probably somewhere around 500, something like that. Okay, where's Iris? We're going to take Iris and Molly. Kind of light on damage. I think we're going to try that. Oh, it gave me the Iris. Okay. It is a, there you go. It is a fast Lauren. Of course he does. Of course she does. Counter! 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 Oh! No! Where's the counter? Okay, there's the counter. Yeah, this is a loss, guys. This was definitely a loss. That, the resistance really killed me. Oh, wait. Wait. Maybe it's not a loss. Do I want to get greedy? No, let's not get greedy. He just quit out. I think he still wins. Why did he quit out? What's up with that? Was that a stream snipe, guys? Was that a stream snipe? I think that was a stream snipe, guys. There was no reason for him to quit right there. Alright, I'm putting y'all into a double or nothing bet. Nah, we'll just do it. We'll do one more for 500 points. Same thing. But why the hell did he quit out, man? That made no sense. I think he still wins right there. I really do. More Vela, huh? He had the Miho ace. That Miho was going to be really hard for me to kill. So the Verd is really slow. The Fran, I think, is also pretty slow, yeah. Vigor Molly, okay. So we definitely want a cock key. Yeah, but I think the Iris was going to be dead before the Lauren got a turn. If the Iris lived, then I'm fine with the Miho, because the Iris has no crit rate. But I didn't think the Iris was going to survive. She was at like 30% and he still had Oki to go. What's up, Juno? Yuno? How you doing, man? Arda. Okay, we gotta ban the Arda, obviously, so we'll just do that. It's a crit damage Triana, too. That Daphnis will wreck me. Well, crit rate Triana, whatever. Astro dropping the lube. Yeah, you know, man. Congratulations, bro. That's awesome. From the special scrolls, I assume, right? I think we have to do this. And this. That's not good. Yep, that's not good. Please proc out. Of course not. That's a dead Triana. Oh, he could have stripped right there. That was a bad play. That was a really... He should not have tried to strip the Triana. Oh, wait a second. No! Don't die! Don't die! Okay. She's alive! She's alive! No! She's dead. Dude, what is the Verd like 0 for 6 on crits now? I mean, I know there's crit resist up, but that's seriously... I think he's 0 for 6. Verd is not in the front, so I gotta do this. Wow, he finally got one, but he was 0 for 7 there. Molly is actually pretty generic now, Vlad. She really doesn't do much. Alright, we'll try one more on Special League. I tried Molly a lot in Special League, and I started doing way better once I stopped using her. She's just really not good. Like, the nerf was just way too much on her. I mean, in 4-star League, she still couldn't get me wins. Man, I think that... I can't remember the last time I actually lost a placement battle. Yeah, even in Special League, she couldn't get me wins, Papa Panda. She just doesn't do enough, man. She just really does nothing. She just sits there and looks pretty the whole time. Yeah, I actually think I win that last match, Eternal, if Verd could have gotten, like, one freaking crit. Astro, I know absolutely nothing about your dong, and that's the way I'd like to keep it. Sounds like you were watching a Seishizo video, though. He did a video summoning Gildongs, yeah. Okay, that's what you call a squishy Ciara, guys. How did that Ciara die? What the hell? Where'd the Ciara go, man? Like... Now you see her, now you don't. I mean... Alright, we'll give you guys one more shot. So that was 500 points. Eternal, if you want to add them. And then this will be the last one. So you guys get one last shot for 500 points. Guys, the Kaki runes aren't even actually, like, good. Like, it's plus 1595. He's not an offensive build at all. I'm saying I have a thick Kaki, but not a strong one. Why did he just drafted Leo into Vertihile? Okay. I'm confused. He drafted Leo into Verd. Cool. I got will runs on everyone, right? So... yeah, I just don't want him to strip. Okay. And he left the Verd! What the hell? Yeah, he's one of you, Sadai's. This is somebody, gotta be somebody on stream. This is somebody just giving you guys free points. I feel like I should quit out, man. This isn't even right. You guys are just getting free points here. Oh, and he's on auto. And he's on auto. Alright, let's see if I can win on auto also. Hey, if he's gonna auto me, I'll auto him. Screw it. That monkey could do work, man. I'm ignoring the monkey. Which one's obnoxious? This one? Aaron and his love affair with the monkey. That's only because you haven't started facing some of the toxic LD5s yet, Aaron. For that matter, it's only because you haven't faced Oki yet. Alright, that was not fun, so we'll skip past that. Alright, Papa Panda has asked me to do some summons, reapps, crafting, and using some gems. So we'll see how much time we have for that. But we are going to log on to Papa Panda's account now. Thank you for asking me to do something that's kind of fun, bro. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, bro. We've done like 2,500 points already this stream. That's pretty big. Okay, let's go ahead and open up the next one. Alright, there's probably going to be... I think I'm only going to do... Well, will we do one more? There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, we'll do one more after this. So I'm going to make the last one an auction. No. Not going to make the last one an auction, but I've given you guys 2,500 points, so I'm going to make the last one 2,500. $25,000. All right, what do we got? We got 47 here. Have you gotten the? Because we might get more. Bro, congrats, Astra. That's pretty sick, man. Oh yeah, we'll get a bunch from there. Let's go ahead and get something running in the background also. So I think we're gonna start on the reapps. Yeah, we'll start. Yeah, we'll start with the re-ups, and then we'll work on the gems, and that way we can do the summons last, because we'll have had some time to get some more seals by then. Oh, congratulations. Happy birthday to her, bro. That's awesome, man. All right, let's see what we've got. Yeah. Make sure she stays free to play. Nice, bro. Do you know what makes you feel old? Being me. No. All right, let's see. So we've got the Seth slot 2. So Papa Panda, the best target I see immediately is the Seth slot 2, but it is on, I assume, your dot team. It's Will. This is actually a really good target. But it is on your dot team. Let's see if you have another accuracy. Yeah, you could put the Rauk rune on Sap. That okay with you? Possibly you could put this one there also. Okay, cool. So yeah, this is a really nice target right here. Almost really nice. Alright, since this is already grinded and it's not that great, we're gonna keep it. Dude, what's up with this? These are some ugly re-ups. Alright, better. Do better. Ooh. Really? This looked like my re-up. This is looking like my re-up session. This is not a stream re-up session. This is a... Oh, wait. Nope. Dude. Yeah, but it was 24% HP with no other stats, you know? And then you'd have to regrind it. It was like the same rune. It wasn't really worth keeping. Alright, that was 5, so I'm going to move along to... I don't want to do slot... You know what? We don't have that many re-ups, so I'm not going to do any slot 5s. Because those can be rough to re-up. How about this one? Aaron, I'll do the 30-minute. Basically, that's what it should be. Instead of like build a team, I might just change it to 30-minute help service. That's actually, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just change that menu item to 30 minutes of help on stream. That's not a straight... No, that's not a nerf Eternal. That's an extension, bro. It was always supposed to be 30 minutes. Obviously, sometimes I go a little bit over, because I'm me. But it's always supposed to be 30 minutes. So all I did was just expand it to say it's 30 minutes of any help you want, instead of just being a dungeon team. Merrick, if you just put this symbol before it, you've got a deal. You know what? That room really is the target. This Wolf 4 is a good target also. This one? Yeah. I don't think that would tempt anybody, bro. I don't think... I mean, hell, you can have my account for 50K. I'll sell you my account right now. Oh! Never mind. Dude. That's just cruel and unusual punishment. Oh. Astro, okay, hold up, Astro. What? So you've pulled Perna, Jemire, and Tyrannus? Dude, congratulations! Those are all OP units, man. Perna, Jemire, and Tyrannus. Huge congrats, man. Oh, man. I'm really torn. I kind of feel like I want to keep this. As hard as it is to use a 0-speed rune, the thing is, I mean, you have to put this here. And it's like... But it's so hard to get 19 crit rate, but I mean, it's like... It has to go again. It's just, it's a terrible rune. Okay. That's why we re-app again. That'll work. Okay. Expectations have been raised. I ask for forgiveness, not Booyah! There it is! Alright. I do believe this should go here, but you tell me, man. These are a little too rare, so you tell me, but... Jemire, Tableau. There is. I don't remember what it is, though. I still want him to confirm. He says go for it. Okay. Dude. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. Alright. I'm kind of torn. I'm torn between crit rate and HP. The fact that you don't have HP is making me lean more towards crit rate. I mean, this is grindable, so it does give you some stats, and I mean, it just, you really want, with 32 attack, you want the crit rate. I think the crit rate's the right play. We just grind the flat HP, and you get some HP out of it at least. Okay, okay. We live with that. Alright, there you go, sir. 32 attack, 19 speed, 7 crit rate, and we'll call that like 7% HP. That is worth all the re-ups. That is worth all the re-ups right there. That is sexy. And just hold up. We gotta say hello to Perk, guys. We gotta say hello to Perk. Also, you gotta use these power-up stones before they expire. You know what, Aaron? Honestly, the only reason I thought of doing this was because of you. That's the only reason I thought of doing this. Oh, they don't expire for a month? Okay. I knew they would expire sometime. I didn't know when. Mine were gone, like, after 2 weeks or something. Alright, you shouldn't take this many stones. Come on now. Come on, let's do it. There it is. No! Usually that lag means it went. Alright, there it is. There you go. Papa Panda making friends in guild chat. Even with the power-up stones, bro? Oh, it's eternal. Alright. Let's go back, especially with power. That sucks, bro. Alright. It's time now. This rune's going to give us some love now. After that last rune, we know that the floodgates have been opened. I stand corrected. Alright, floodgates are open now, guys. Come on. Triple grindable, max rolls, max of... Come on, we need one more monster here. Oh! Alright, let's find a different rune. This rune is evil. This rune is very evil. It was you're right. It was quad grindable. That it was. You know what? This rune is... I'm kind of torn. I need to see it in the game, not in the optimizer. Yeah, you really can't do anything with this rune. You just stuck regemming the speed, and the crit damage is just floating there pointlessly. As high as the accuracy as it is... As high as the accuracy is, the rune is just brutally bad. I like this more. It sucks that this is a low roll. But this is a lot more functional. Yeah, we'll take that. That's definitely an upgrade. The double min roll here sucks. If this was 12, this rune would be a beast. Yeah, I think the deal here is Hotshot. Wow, why am I... It wasn't Dies a Lot. Whose account was the one... Why am I drawing a blank on the last re-app session we did? The one that was just like the most broken session ever. Was it Dies a Lot? Was it you Dies a Lot? Yeah, it is hard. It's hard to re-up those runes. Oh, it was you, Shmoo. Okay. Yeah, okay. No, it wasn't. It wasn't your session, Shmoo. Was it yours? You had 200 re-ups? No, I don't think it was yours, man. Yours was good, but there was the one with 200 re-ups that was like, it blew... Oh, it was Fatal Error. It was Fatal Error, wasn't it? I think it was Fatal Error. It was like 200 re-ups, and it was... Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, I forgot. I had it on earlier because I was farming. I think it was Fatal Error, where it was like better than Hotshot Session. Like it was just, we literally did like 100 runes. Like it was, I think it was literally like 100 runes got upgraded. That explains why when I just looked at his rune quality, I was like, hey, you've got great rune quality, bro. I know why. It was that re-app session. What was that? Yeah, no, Shmoo. There was, I think there was another session after yours that was better, wasn't it? Your session was good, but... yeah, Fatals, I think it was Fatals. It was like last week. Guys, this is bad. Like, it just blends in now. Hotshots was the second best ever. The one last week was the best ever. I'm almost positive it was Fatals. Yeah, it was, I would say the first 8 Voices one would be number 3. Hotshots was number 2. Fatal Errors was number 1. Shmooze, yours was really solid, but those 3 in particular were just, like, so far ridiculous. Like, the 8 Voices one, he didn't get as many runes, but he got, like, all these crazy 120% runes. And then Hotshot had, like, 50 plus runes upgraded. We were just like, let's throw one on a vampire rune and it would become OP. Alright, so here we go. This rune, honestly, is kind of keepable, but it's kind of not. So, I mean, the crit rate is really nice here. So is the crit damage, but you gem in speed, you lose a roll. This is min roll, so I think we're going to hit this one. There we go. So, we trade 2 crit rate and 4 crit damage for 6 defense. Actually, this side is better. Yeah, this side is better. Well, now this side is better. Jackpot. We need speed, though. We needed a speed grind here. Once you drop the speed grind in here, this rune will be nice. Hey, Eternal, I actually kept the lower defense one. Okay, that is actually it, guys. There really aren't a ton of great targets, and there's none as good as the Sath target, so I do have to go back to that Sath rune. Even though it's killing us, this is like the best target on your account by a mile. So this is where we're going. Come on. Do I like this more? So we gain 2 accuracy. We keep the attack the same. We keep the HP the same. And we trade 916 flat HP for 18 crit damage. Yes, I like this side more. I still don't love the rune. We're going to hit the last one here because it's still the best target, but it is better now. Alright, that's the side. Yeah, that's probably why I couldn't find any real targets pop up. I mean, your runes are honestly, like, all the targets are pretty good. There wasn't a lot of great targets. This is an upgrade, and the nice thing is it's still usable on Sath. You don't have to move it for now. Slot 1 Vio HP with 340 accuracy. That's a lot. You know, I think it was HP flat 340, 12 accuracy, 22 speed. Bro, Terry, congrats, man. That's sick. That's sick. Obviously, you gem in the attack, and that rune is just awesome, man. Huge grats. Oh. I misclicked and closed Nox. My bad. Okay, so we're doing summons, reapps, and then you wanted me to find some gems and grinds. So let's take a look at what you've got, gem and grind wise, while we're waiting for it to reload. So enchantment. Let's go legend. Attack percent. All. Okay, so we've got 2 endure, 2 despair. So I think we'll look at the despair attack percent. We'll see if there's anything good for those. So we want to go no ancient. We go despair. Now there's a little trick here, guys. I have this unchecked right now. If you see include grind values in rune efficiency formula, this is something I kind of feel dumb. It took me so long to figure out because I saw that there like forever and ever ago, but I never put 2 and 2 together. The only thing I'm gonna say in my defense is I've never seen anybody else figure this out either. So at least I'm not the only one who's dumb. But I think we all should have figured this out a long time ago. Let me see, Vlad. I don't see you in there, Vlad, but it's not blocking you. Do you not have enough points? Vlad, check your points. Thank you so much. What are you, what's the thank you for there? For showing you the option? Yeah, so, anyway, when you want to evaluate how well a rune rolled, because that's something that always drives me nuts. Like, it's hard to, like, sometimes I would have some, not sometimes. I have lots of good runes that are not grinded, and they get lost because I have 100 pages of violent runes. And so I wind up just, like, not even noticing they're there because I don't go far enough down the list. So by turning this off right here, let's see, Vlad, how many points do you have? Vlad, you're short, so, Aaron, please give Vlad 500 points. He must have been off stream earlier. Please give Vlad 500 points so he can enter. Okay, so what this option does, let's come over to the runes and I'll show you. This rune right here, this Zyros rune that shows 94%. Yeah, so it seems like half of you are figuring it out instantly. I'll explain it for the people who aren't familiar with it. But yeah, so this shows me how the rune actually rolled instead of showing me what it looks like right now with the gems and grinds. Merrick, I'm short, so just like, I'm short and I'm fat, so I'm allowed to call people short and fat. But I can't call people dumb because I don't think I'm dumb. So I think that's... I think that's how it works. Alright, so yeah, so the way that this setting works is it just shows you how the rune rolled, and it ignores the gems and grinds that are in the formula right now. So when I look at the runes with this option checked on, and I come over here to the runes, I see this Zyros rune is 108% efficiency, and that's because it's been grinded with +9 attack, +5 speed. When I look at the runes with this option off, I see this Zyros rune as 9. I have to actually like I have to toggle it now so that it comes back. When I look at it with it on... Oops. I have to uncheck the correct one. That's what it was. When I look at it with it off, I see the Zyros rune is 94%. So it's a measurement of how well the rune rolled. So remember, a perfectly rolled rune is 100%, nearly impossible to get. But a perfectly rolled rune would be a legend rune, max innate, all max starting subs, and all max rolls would be 100%. Technically, if you gem something on, it gets to 105% because the gem is kind of included as part of the starting roll formula. So 105, 106% is the absolute max an ungrinded rune can be. But that's basically a measure. And it's not always a measure of what your best rune is. Like, for example, this rune right here, this Despair Slot 5, it's 88% before grinds, which means after we've grinded it, this rune's about 110, 115%, but it's got no speed. If you put speed on it, you have to gem the accuracy off, which hurts it a little bit. So this rune right here, this Despair rune, it's not amazing. It's really, really good. I mean, 39 defense. It's really, really good, but it's not amazing. The Zyros rune right here. This rune, the 35 crit damage is freaking insane, higher than any rune I have on my account. But the tough part is, it was a really low speed roll, and you're forced to gem in crit rate to make the rune synergize. So the ceiling of this rune is actually pretty low. It won't carry that many stats. Compared to a rune like maybe, let's clear it off of Despair. If you compare it to a rune like this one, no, that one's already gemmed. Compare it to a rune like this one, this Guard 5. It rolled at 92%, but it's quad grindable, so this rune can actually carry more stats than the other runes we looked at. So it's just a way to figure out how well your runes rolled. So when I'm looking for my gems, it's something I've started to do is I want to put my legend gems not on the most efficient runes right now, but on the runes that are gonna be the most efficient when I'm done modifying them. So that's usually the runes that rolled the best to begin with. So I turn that setting on when I'm looking for gem options, and now here we're going to go Despair. We're going to say main stat, not attack, innate stat, not attack. And then the only thing I really wish we had sliders for are stats. I would kill for sliders for stats and swaps, so I could just set a slider so that it doesn't show me anything with more than like 6 attack. That way I could see my regem targets. But because I cannot see my regem targets, I start off by looking at attack percent, and then I sort by lowest attack, and I just look at my potential regem targets and figure out if any of them are good. And then after I've looked at the regem targets, I just turn that off to not. That's how I'm handling it right now. We also want to say not slot 3 because we can't put attack there. So this rune's not rolled yet, and it's a slot 2 HP, so we're not going to do anything with that. This rune is all not worth a legend gem, that's for sure. This would be a hero gem for me, because it's got nice crit rate, crit damage, but yeah, it's a hero gem. I might even actually just gem HP over the speed on this one, since it's Despair. This rune right here, it's a defense rune. This needs an HP gem, actually. This rune right here is not rolled. This rune... Did I not sort by efficiency? Oh yeah, I sorted by attack, never mind. This rune is probably needs like a hero attack gem over the crit damage if you keep it at all. And now we're like, let's see, 6. This rune's already gemmed. These 3 are already gemmed. This one's already gemmed. This one's already gemmed. And now we're getting up to the point where we may not want to regem anyway. That's a +7. This one is a regem candidate because a gem low, but it's a 5-star, and I'm not going to waste a legend gem on a 5-star, so we'll actually take that out of the list. And then we'll come over here. This one already gemmed in at +11, so this +7 is our last option just about. That's the Zyros one, it's already gemmed. We're not going to regem that. We're not going to regem that. Since it's already gemmed over here. So now I've looked at all the ones with attack. I don't see any major regem candidates. So now I can look at what I have that does not have attack at all. And now I sort by which runes rolled the best. So this one, be really nice to put attack on this rune, but you pretty much have to gem the HP. And because it's slow, I don't feel like it's worth a legend. legend gem. These two don't really have anything to gem. I don't want to gem the accuracy or the crit rate. Again, you could kind of gem the HP, actually. Actually, this rune I would gem the HP on, but I would probably use a hero, because once you gem the HP, the upside of the rune is kind of low. But if we have a hero, slot 4 crit damage, that's this rune right here, yeah. So if we have a hero attack, that's what I would do, is drop this in, because it's going to synergize better. Wait. I'm sorry, this needs speed. What am I talking about? This needs speed. Yeah, this needs speed even before attack. It's not a super well synergized rune, but yeah, you gotta put the speed on here. Makes it a little bit more functional. It's still not a great rune, but at least it's a little more functional. So we come back over to swap. Okay, that's slot 2. The slot 2, actually, that one is worth rolling. We need to dodge crit damage. I mean, technically we could dodge the accuracy, but the problem with this slot 2 right here, the reason I say we need to dodge crit damage, it's probably not going to be worth, no matter what, it's probably not going to be worth a legend. But if we can dodge the crit damage and just stack in accuracy and defense, and then we have to get lucky again and hit HP on the end, then we could gem attack over the crit damage at least. No hotshot. I haven't pulled for the last one yet. Okay, so now what we really need is to get lucky, attack or HP on the end. And we're not giving it a legend, obviously, but attack or HP on the end, and we can gem a hero into this and make it a usable rune at least. Okay, so I just went through the rest of the runes. There is actually nothing worth your legend attack gem on the Despair. And obviously it's 30 minutes community help, so we can't go through all the gems. I wanted to show you the process. Okay, the crit rate is not the worst thing in the world, so this means we're going to go attack percent here. We are going to do hero. Actually, I'd rather go blue on this rune. And if we roll low, I'll just pump a second blue in. Yeah, 7's good enough for this rune, because it's never going to be like a top tier rune or anything. Okay, we'll take this. It's a usable rune. The high accuracy runes do have uses, so we just put some purples in here. And I feel like maybe I'm... Oh, you know what? I was on top chat. I might have been missing some chat. Glad you didn't waste what, Papa Panda? And, yeah, I think some of the chats were not showing up, but... I mean, that's a usable rune. It's not an exciting rune or a good rune by any means, but it'll work somewhere. Okay, actually there is one more that needs a gem, so we've got a Despair 1 over here. Oh, the leg attack gem? Yeah. This is 13 speed we're looking for. That's this one maybe? No? Oh, it's on Beretta. Okay, so this rune right here, this is actually a pretty nice candidate. This rolled at 73%, so we're not going to drop a legend on it. But it is definitely worth a hero because it's triple grindable and it synergizes really nicely. This becomes, just with this gem, of course it min rolls, of course it does. But just with that gem change right there, look how much nicer this rune is right now. We went from 4 res to 11 attack right there, even with min roll. Actually, let's do that. Much better. Yeah, so that's a much, much, much better rune now. Again, not an amazing rune, and that's why we did the hero, but it's a much better one. Okay, so let's see if we can find... Let's see what you've got gem-wise on Violent, because that's usually what matters the most. You do have an attack percent on Violent, and we're already set up for attack percent, so let's go ahead and do the same thing with Violent. So we're going to go highest efficiency on the roll. This one does not synergize for a gem. This one might. Nope. Not for attack anyway. This one, it has speed. This one, ooh, but that's res, man. No. Okay, so this rune that I've got highlighted right here, I would use a blue attack gem on this one when one drops, and I put the attack over the crit damage, because this rune, like, it normally wouldn't be on a Tyrannus, right? That 24 resistance defense slot 4, this is more like a Harp Magician type rune, and they don't need the attack nearly as much. It's still better to give them a useful stat because they're not going to use the crit damage at all. So you may as well put some attack on there so they get some benefit from it. But it's just a blue grind, or blue gem rather, when one drops. Now this one, we could gem the Bella Vial 5. This one is actually a pretty decent gem target. We've got speed, we've got crit rate, we've got defense. The attack synergizes with the crit rate. So we change, and then we've got some attack flat as well. So this is probably going to be our best target. Especially because these next few do not... actually, wait, hold up. Speed rune. So anytime we can do a slot 2, that's a win. Oh, sorry, that's speed innate, not speed rune. Yeah, this one's a no. These two are no's. This is a no. This one's already gemmed. This is a no. This is already gemmed. This one, slot 5 on Fang. So Fang doesn't really need the attack. This needs speed. This Fang slot 5 actually needs speed. Let's see if you... I don't think you had any speed gems, though. Yeah, no speed gems. But this would be speed, not attack. So I think that Bella rune, because now we're getting into... Again, based off of the concept that I've been using, which is put my gems on my best rolled runes, the ones with the most potential. The only other rune that just popped out to me a little bit is this rune. We've got defense, speed, crit rate. So, and then you've got the HP innate. So the last grindable option on this rune is the attack percent. Again, it's on Triana right now, and she doesn't benefit from it that much. This rune I could see potentially landing on a Savannah, but it's just such low rolls. It's triple grindable, so it'll get over 100%. But for the resistance builds to work on nukers, you really need a really high attack roll, and I don't think we're going to get enough off the attack percent here. So just in terms of creating a more flexible rune, I would rather put it on this one, because once we do this rune can land on a lot more monsters. Now you also could put, probably not legend, but you could also put a hero HP percentage here. The thing is, if you put the HP percentage, the HP, defense, and speed synergize really well, but the crit rate becomes kind of a waste unless you put this on like a defense scaling bruiser, which it could. This could go on like a Veligil. This would be a really good Veligil rune, so you could go either way with it. I personally probably put the attack here, but you really could go... The thing is, even if you put it on a Veligil, Veligil does benefit from attack as well. And you're not going to put it on an HP scaling bruiser because it's not going to have enough HP. So if you're looking at this as where is this going to go, I mean, the extra 15% HP is nice on a Vela, but I'd rather he have the attack because he's of the way I use him. So for me, this would be an attack gem. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Hopefully we get an 11 this time. 9. And then we are going to put just a blue on here. We're not going to use your legend. Of course it's +3. So eventually you want to regrind that. For right now you have too many runes ungrinded, so I'm not going to regrind anything violent. But eventually, of course, you want to regrind that. This is a fairly high efficiency rune here. You could put flat HP on the... You could put flat HP on the resistance rune, but... I mean, either way, honestly. For right now, the thing is, you can always regem. So once you... I mean, it's not like you're locked into the stat. So for right now, this is still going to do your Triana better. So for as long as this is on your Triana, it's probably worth having this here. And then eventually you're going to change this out to something more useful for wherever the rune lands. But even in the short term, this did make it better. And there you go. Alright, so I think that's it for the gems. I don't know how far we're in, but it feels like we're spending... You might be crossing that 30-minute threshold, and I know we want to do some summons. Let's see. What do we got here? We'll do some ancient crafting. Holy crap, that's a lot of ancient runes. Yeah, you were like way overdue, bro. You're almost maxed out. You gotta craft your ancient runes, man. You were like just under max. We're gonna be getting a lot. Okay, you know what, guys? Hold up, hold up. All right, we're gonna do some betting for this one. How many ancient legend runes that we don't sell? Let's see, you know. Bro, nice rune. Nice rune. I mean, unfortunately, the speed is like... Rage is the set you need speed least on, but this could still go really nice on like a Rage Mina, Rage Masha. I mean, that's just a really nice rune. Huge congrats, man. 27 speed with crit rate and crit damage. Huge congrats, man. That's awesome. Yeah, we're not going to do any regular runes, Papa Panda. We're just going to do some ancients. I think the ancients are where it's at. Plus, I'm assuming you have ancient reaps because I didn't look at any of them. So maybe we'll get some reap targets. Oh, there's the first one. And it's a sell. Well, I don't know if you power... I do not power these up, but it does have speed, so... I just sell these straight out, but I don't know if you do or not, so. Now you're gonna be stuck with it forever. Watch, you're gonna be stuck with it forever and you're never gonna be able to use it. Oh, sorry, bro. You're so stuck. You're so stuck with it now. Ironically, it's quad grindable. It's actually going to be not the worst flat rune ever, because you gem the accuracy into attack and it's quad grindable. And that's like decent rolls, 17 defense. You're really stuck. Oh, he's stuck with it, guys. He's stuck with it. He is stuck with it. That is why I don't roll these things, because that's going to be a 26 speed rune that's quad grindable. You will have to keep it forever and ever and ever. Alright, since we have now kept our first rune, betting is closed. All of you who bet, I'm almost sure you lost, by the way. Yeah, that's a sell. Ooh, there you go. Next trend, when it lets you swap a flat. Bro, Merrick, that would be broken. Is that going to roll speed again? No. Dude, if you could transmute that to a slot 5, that would be like probably the best rune on your account. Crit damage, crit rate, attack. You actually... That one's not too bad to roll. I mean, that's like 20 speed, triple grindable. So the efficiency is over max. Okay, now you can sell it. Man, these are like disturbingly low rates. Ancients normally pump a lot of legends. Oh no! Oh no! It's a re-up target, guys. It is a re-up target. Oh, that would hurt, Eternal. Bro, I'd be sad. It makes you confirm like 5 times, too. Slot 6, flat attack, ancient rune, innate attack, and 30 speed? Oh, Merrick. That's a busted rune, man. That is a busted rune. Holy crap. Yeah, Ace, I know you want to buy this rune, bro. I didn't know you were still here, but I knew... I was thinking of you the whole time. Is that dead? Yeah, that's about dead. Alright, I gotta grab some juice while this plus 12s. I'll be right back, guys. Did you? I should have partnered with Walmart first. Alright guys, here we go. We have 108 chances to quad roll speed on this rune. 108 chances. Damn. Bro, that's already... Dude, the efficiency on this is nuts. I actually just want to stop right there. Because you don't have any grinds anyway. But this is insane. This is as close to a perfect, like... You're missing 1 speed, 2 HP, 2 defense, and you're 1 resistance over max. Man, it's gonna be really hard to beat this rune. At this point, we're speed chasing. It's all there's like no rune we can keep under 20 speed that will be as good as this. Papa Panda, it's your call, bro. It's your call. This is like 98% efficiency, 97% efficiency. Like, this is a crazy rune. 4 more for the speed chase. Okay, here we go. That is not good. That was number 1. All right, come on. Let's see that 26 speed, baby. 26 speed. Okay, left side's clearly better. That's 2. All right. One time for the Papa Panda. No. All right, one time for Ace. Let's make... Have you guys ever seen Ace cry? I want to see Ace cry. Let's make Ace cry. Come on. 31 speed, right? Well, it can't be 31. Ooh, Jesus. Is that actually better? One here, one here. No, it's not. Is it? 37, 53 versus 45. That's actually better. Because the thing is, you can technically gem 11 speed on. So if you were to get a legend speed, I mean, it's really rare, obviously, but technically you can gem 11 speed onto a rune. Well, on this side, of course, you can gem 15 defense onto the rune. So 37, 54 with a max roll here. Or 37, 53 with a max roll here. So never mind, this side is better. This side is better. All right, last try. Okay, yeah. Alright, bro, that's still a ridiculous rune. That's still an absolutely ridiculous rune right there. Okay, so we go ahead and sell this, right? No. Alright, so that is 2 keepers, guys. We've got 2 runes kept so far. No more keeps. Bro, we got so many crafts. You're screwed, man. Oh, we're getting more than 1 more keep. I mean, this is still only the first dungeon. I assume all your dungeons have maxed materials, right? Oh, not so many here. Okay, so let's take this dungeon out. I mean, to be fair, I was relying on me not keeping flats also. I have not picked the winner yet. Uh-oh, guys. It is a keep. Well, it's probably a keep. Actually, it could roll bad, but I think it's a keep. No, Merrick, I specifically said how many ancient legend runes. Okay, this might be a sell. If it doesn't hit speed here, it's actually... Well, for me, it's a sell. I don't know if you want to... You have lots of re-apps. You might... I won't keep it, but I won't count it towards the keep total because of your re-apps, but that's not really fair. For the bets. Okay, yeah. So, I personally would sell this, but I'll let you make that decision. Single entry contest dies a lot. Eternal, we gotta count the flat one, bro. We gotta count the flat one. Come on, let's see that ancient will right here. Okay. I meant to say ancient legend, but this could actually still be a good rune. Let's go 12. Never mind. It's a sale. Alright, so it was just this dungeon in the end. Obeyed the letter of the law, but not the spirit. Alright, man, this is actually... I would have expected... I mean, we've had, like, I think 3 legends, but I still... These normally pop a lot of legends. Think they will have another what? Oh, free power up to +6. They might. I don't care if it's free, I just want it to be instant. Farming Lulu, okay. Bro, you gotta start farming the actual gems and grinds. I mean, the mana to +6 is like nothing. It's really just the time, not the mana. I'd be good with that, Merrick. I could sacrifice a lot of Lucians. I actually still have not built Lulu, and I don't know if I will. Lulu is really good, I just don't want to waste the 100-dimensional hole energy. I have it 6-starred, but I built the Shushu instead of the Lulu, and I've never really found a use for Shushu. I actually think Shushu is probably better than Lulu, but I haven't found a use for him. Okay, guys, here we go. Innate. Ooh, oh! It's a re-app for sure. That is nice. Actually, I guess it could quad roll crit rate and not be a re-app, but max accuracy innate, even though it's destroy, I re-app. Are you out of time, Aaron? Oh, you don't have Chung. Okay, got it. Alright, guys, so let me ask you, because I forgot. I always forget. Oh, bro, actually, this is a keep. You just gem in the speed, man. This... it sucks, though. No attack. That's the problem. All that crit damage is worthless without attack. Shmoo, yeah, I've bought out the entire shop, and yes, they do count against what you can use for the rune event. Hard to do when you're missing attack on the slot 1 Eternal. Alright guys, so the crafts are taking a lot longer than I expected, so I'm going to give you an option. We can... Well, actually, no, I'm not going to give you an option. I think I am going to... We wound up with 3 runes. So we wound up with 3 keepers, and since nobody bet more than 3, I am going to go ahead and pay out 3, and we're going to move to the summons. Alright, so bro, with this rune, oh man. 1 into crit rate, 3 into crit damage. So they're kind of low rolls. I personally re-app this because you guys know how like, this is basically 11 crit rate, 12 crit damage because there's no attack here. The only way you can use this rune is if you gem attack in and then there's no speed. So I personally re-app this because it's such an amazing target. But I leave that up to you, Papa Panda. Oops. Okay, he says re-app. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see the 30 speed right now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Okay, so we lose the crit rate. The roll distribution is much better. Still gotta go though, because you gem in the speed, you got no crit rate. I mean, it's easier to make up crit rate though. It is much easier to make up crit rate. I don't know, Papa Panda, what do you think? You want to try? I mean, if we re-up this again, we're pretty much going for speed at this point. It's a nice rune if you gem in the speed. You make up the crit rate on a slot 2, or you put this on a, actually, you know what? This could go on like on a bruiser, like a Ritesh or something, with a crit rate slot 4. He says keep going. Okay. Well, we weren't going for that. Oh, oh, evil. Evil resistance. Come on, come. All right, we'll do 2 more. I'll stop at 95. If it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. Oh, I actually take the left. Although this would be... Oh, bro, you've got fangs, though. This is kind of awesome for a fang. No HP, but, I mean, if you did a resistance fang, this is pretty nice for a resistance fang. Yeah, honestly, guys, it is member stream, so if you want to see Speed Chase on the Swift, you can. Man, this is tough. The left side is amazing for like an HP scaling bruiser, but a lot of them you don't put on Destroy. Fang you do put on Destroy. This side is actually a better rune, but this side, I mean, when you've got 3 fangs, I'm kind of like leaning to taking the right. I'll leave that up to you though. But if you do resistance fangs, this is killer for a resistance fang. You could even gem the crit rate into HP or the attack into HP either way. Papa Panda says right. So right it is. Alright, let's see. So here we go, guys. We're going to start the summons now, and then you, as chat, you tell us if you want to see speed chasing on the Swift or if you want to move on to the final account assistance. The difference here, I will tell you guys, I have a video that I want to record tonight. I was going to record it on the member stream, but we're getting a little bit late. So if we speed chase on the Swift, I'll probably not record it on the stream. So I think that's kind of the choices. If you guys want to see me record the video live or if you don't really care. So I think it's going to be a fun video. It's how to fix RTA. It's going to be a video. It'll get lots of roasts and comments probably, but it's my ideas on what's necessary to fix RTA. It's pretty in-depth. I did a whole PowerPoint on it. I spent a while putting together the art. Man, I can't... Oh, there it is. Bro, that's a nice rune, man. Dude, that is a really nice rune. I would put that on a fang, honestly. That's a killer rune, man. That is a freaking killer rune. Alright, guys, so we're going to start off. We're going to summon a little bit because we can, once we get to 100 scrolls, we can actually... Oh, we got to do this because it might change your want list. Alright, that's not what we wanted. By the way, well, we got to look at... So after this, I'm going to look at... Come on. All right. All right, that's that. Let's go ahead and collect what we can collect. And then once we get to 100, we'll actually get more seals also. I wish you could buy these off a slider. You'll still find places to put it, you know. I mean, that's a high quad roll defense on an accuracy rune. It's a sick rune, man. I really like that rune. I would be so ecstatic if I got that rune. Oh, we got that already. I wanted to rerun that just so we're getting a little bit more seals. Yeah, sorry, Eternal. I know that's not good for you, but it is good for me. So I will not say was it good for you, because we know the answer. All right, Papa Panda, here we go, man. We are getting to the premium, the main event right here. So we have got Perna, Rika, Velajul, Wusa, Shizuka, Ciara, and Gani. Alright, bro. I want to see the Ciara or the Rika for you, but Vela, Gani, also amazing. It's really the Rika. Off this list, like, my favorite monster off this list is Rika. I know Ace's favorite monsters off this list are Ciara, Gani. Actually, for my 1 and 2 would be Rika, Vela. I think Ace would be Ciara, Gani. But yeah, good list, bro. Good luck, man. Good luck. There's empty space. Oh, you have to put in the 3 stars also. Can I swap twins for harps? Yes, I can. Why do you have the Rakuni, or the Raviti here? And which twins do you want me to swap? Boomerangs or chakrams? Yeah, I think most of us were doing Oni skill ups. I got Suki max skilled, and Fuki's about halfway. I'm gonna switch to Discord so that we don't have the stream lag. Oni and harps, okay.
Good old fade out. That was, yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Alright, here we go, guys. New and improved list. We got 71 scrolls. We'll get some more at the end of this. We can claim 20 more seals. Papa Panda, good luck, man. Let's pop that Rika for you. Bro, come on. I want to see this Rika. So, I did a session for one of our members off stream. Come on, come on. Ah, okay, we got a harp, though. Oh, it's a Triana, too. That's the correct harp. But yeah, so I did one summoning session for somebody yesterday off stream, and we wound up pulling a Fang. He did like his first 100. He did his first 150 and just had like terrible luck, and then we did the off stream and we pulled a Fang. So I know you don't need more Fangs. Leave that. Actually, leave these 3. That's what we pulled. Unknown session, huh? Adam Loris? Yeah, he had a brutal session, so I did his last 150 for him, I think. Okay, come on, baby. Here it is. Here it is. Ah, okay. It's a harp, though. It's a harp. That's what you said. Oh, back-to-back, guys. Back-to-back. Oh, I got trolled by the Oni. I got trolled by the Oni. I normally don't get busted by those anymore. Alright, come on, come on. We're looking for that Nat 5. I mean, Oni, the skill ups are all good, honestly. The Onis and the harps are all good. But obviously the Nat 5s are better. No, he's EU Papa Panda, so he doesn't make the streams as often. Bro, nice, dies a lot. Very nice, man. I want to know if they're going to do another wave of packs on the 7-year scrolls. If I remember correctly, they did a second wave with the Street Fighter ones, but I don't think they did a second wave with the SWCs. I am down to now only 5 Nat 5s that I'm missing. So, okay, come on, baby. Come on, come on. Yes! Rika in the house! Ha ha! Yes, sir! That is the Rika! Congratulations, sir! There it is, sir. There it is. That was 20 scrolls in, man. That was 20 scrolls in. Ha ha! Alright, so now we're going to get one more, of course. Because we can't stop with one, right? Alright, Belinus would be my first choice off your fire. Belinus is still my first choice. Leo is good, but yeah, Belinus would be my choice. Plus, Belinus and Rika, they're kind of similar, so maybe there's some like some karmic energy there. Tiana's also good. Belinus, Tiana, Diana, Leo. Bulwark, do you have you have Amelia? So Bulwark actually. Honestly, I would go for Bulwark over Shizuka, and then I would go for the Belinus. That's what I would do, because the Amelia-Bulwark combination is just amazing. And Bulwark by himself is also amazing. Shizuka is kind of limited. She's fun. She's a fun toy, but when you have a lot of other needs, she's not going to be near the top of your list. Yeah, so I would do Belinus over the Shizuka and add the Bulwark here. Hopefully I didn't wake you up too much there with that yell, you know. Alright, let's see that Bulwark now. Bulwark or Belinus. Either Gani, Ciara, they're all acceptable, man. They're all acceptable. Let's do it. Come on, one more time. Yeah, Bulwark really does need, and you can skill him up through fusion, so you can just take a year to do it. Okay, do we have it? No, it's an Oni. I didn't get trolled this time. Yeah, we've only got like 3 LDs, but we'll pop the 3 LDs. Alright, come on, man. Come on. I feel like there's one more Nat 5 hiding in here. I don't know why. I just really feel like we're gonna pull one more. I mean, we already pulled your number one. Right off the bat, I said I want to see a Rika, and we pulled the Rika. Rika is so much fun, man. Rika is like one of my favorite monsters for sure. Bulwark's one of my favorites too. Okay. Oh, back-to-back sparks. Back-to-back. Back-to-back. Oh, rip the twin, man. Rip the twin. Whoa! Alright, that's like 3 and 5? Oni. Okay, more Onis. More Onis. Yeah, but Eternal, you've got like a dozen LD5s. What's up, Aso? How you doing, man? Yeah, man, I gotta figure out. I wish there was another way I could post these. Yeah. Doing good, man. Doing good. Alright, we got some more. We're not done yet, though. I think we get some more stuff from the event here. No, not blacksmith. What am I doing? This one. Okay, we need 13 more 3 stars, so we actually have to do the... so here's the deal, guys. We actually have to do the LDs now, because we only have enough seals to buy 10. Whoops. So after we do the LDs, then we get 20 more of those scrolls. All right. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, rip. Yeah, Tariq, that's fine, bro. That's fine. The only thing is I have no way to like make you a member on YouTube, so it won't show you as a member, so it would just kind of be like a Patreon, which is fine. Oh man, we got 2 sparks here. 2 sparks. Come on, baby. Bro, you've gotten so many Onis. It's crazy. I don't know if you had any yet, but you've gotten all 3 elements and a grip of skill ups too. Okay, last one for here. Okay. All right, can we keep the luck going on the LDs? All right. Come on, spark the LD. Bro, come on, spark it. Spark it one time. Now. Oh. Did you have the Onis on your summoning list, Merrick? Anything else? No, it didn't let us do the TOA. That stuff all takes too long. That takes too long. Nowhere else to get like free points, right? No. Okay, that's it. So this will be the last 10 here. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I got it, Tariq. What's that second one? Oh, okay. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, Tariq. I appreciate the support. Spark's not showing. Man, that sucks, but it's also awesome, Merrick. Like, it sucks that you only got 1 in 45, but it's awesome that you got the one that you wanted. Did I not buy? Yeah, here we go. Okay. One more seal. If we can get one more seal from the farming, we'll get one more here also. Alright, come on now. Come on, can we do just one more? One more measly little nat 5. We're not asking for a lot here. Just 2 nat 5s and 100 scrolls. We're not asking for a lot, really. Okay, Spark, right now. Come on. Dude, the rates are freaking insane, though. Oh, was there one? Oh, there was one more LD. Alright, we're going to pop in on that LD. If we go, like... The next Spark we get, we're going to summon one after it. And then we're going to go with the LD. Come on now. Okay, so we're going to summon one after this, and then we're going to go with the LD, because they've been sparking like 2 out of 3, right? Come on! Oh, oh rip. It's hard for me to actually feel bad, though, honestly. Like, you got a Rika. There is no way that this set... I mean, forget, like, even if nothing else sparked, just the rip. Just the rip. I'm reading rip. Just the Rika. Like, if nothing else had sparked at all, just the Rika would have been enough. But the rates have actually been pretty insane. Okay, another spark. A Bulwark to wrap things up. Dude, stop giving us twins. We don't want no stinking twins. Okay, there we go. Bulwark. Bro, I said we don't want twins come to us. I mean, to be fair, it's like a spark every 5 scrolls, so skill ups are nice, but still. Oh, I didn't realize that was the last one. I saw it a little too late. All right, man. So I think there's 2 twins that went into storage at the end. Maybe 3 that went into storage. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 or 15 sparks plus the Rika that I already awakened. So that's like 16 sparks, man. That was freaking insane. Let's see. Did we get enough for the last 5 scrolls? We did not. Okay. So we're scraping bottom of the barrel there. All right, that is it, Papa Panda, bro. Huge, huge, huge congratulations, man. Rika is so much fun. You'll use her on a daily basis. That's the single best thing you can say about a monster. If you get a monster you're going to use on a daily basis, it's a win. I use Rika pretty much every day. She works in PvE and PvP and RTA. Huge win, man. Huge congrats. And it is time to draw our next and final winner for the account assistance of the evening. And then I'll be recording that video after that. So the final winner is Vlad, who became a member to participate in today's stream and pulls the final drawing. Should we only buy legends and reroll for them? So yeah, you should only buy legends and you should only do violent or will. Unless you get I would take legend, speed, swift. Otherwise I would only take violent and will. For the most part, I would honestly just try and get 3 legend speeds. Vlad, are you still here? You've been quiet for a while. If Vlad's not here, we draw a new winner. Yeah, I know we went way over on Papa Panda's account, time-wise. Oh, what'd you get, Merrick? What'd you get? Okay, Vlad is here, guys. Vlad is here, guys. Charlotte! Bro! Charlotte's another super fun monster. Huge congratulations, man. I use Charlotte like every day for ages. She's kind of dropped a little bit out of my box now, only because I have so many good monsters, but Charlotte is amazing, man. Charlotte's a huge win, and for you especially, for like how you like to play the game, I think you're going to have so much fun with Charlotte. That's like one of the best monsters you could get, I think. Alright, Brandizzle, thanks for hanging out on stream so long, man. I know it's late. I appreciate you hanging out, bro. I mean, you're asking, like, do you have Bastet, Merrick? Bastet's always amazing. Bellinus also. He's a little stat hungry, but Bellinus is amazing in both PvE and PvP. Hey, Aaron, have a good night, bro. Sorry we weren't able to get into your rune cleanup tonight. Yeah, Papa Panda took Aaron's victory, took Aaron's points, and took Aaron's Rika. Vlad, I'm not sure why it said I'm offline, but I got... Oh, it's probably because I'm in Discord in my browser right now, so I got the info, and we're actually on your account. Alright, so we are on Vlad's account. He has asked if we can do summons and then take a look at the GB12 team. So why don't we start by running the GB12 team and see how it's running, and that will help us get towards the coins as well. Oops. Alright, so we are running Sig, Fran, Lauren, Crow, and Naomi. Working off a small pool of... we got more 6 stars here. Okay, you're working on the tattoo. So how come you didn't build the dot team yet? Is it just a rune quality issue? Let me go ahead and import your file in. So 44 monsters, 900 runes. Don't have a necro team for will runes. Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask if you're free to play, but it doesn't matter. It's your alt. You don't want to spend money on the alt. I wouldn't, anyway. Whatever I'm going to spend would always go to my main. Alright, so we can't add will runes. Let's take a look at the Sig. Good crit rate. He needs accuracy. He needs some defense and HP. Aso, you got a busy day. You got a busy day ahead of you. 3 TOAs to do. One of them's quick, 2 of them are not. Does have Barbara. Oops. Yeah, other than, why can't you do TOA hell, bro? You should be able to do TOA hell. I mean, all you need is control monsters. Fast control monsters, basically. You gotta do the 10 stars for the devil, man. I'll do anything for a devil. I'm a whore like that. Yeah, you need everything at about 240 with a 19 speed lead. So Tyron is perfect because he gives you the AoE CC and the speed lead. So you run Tyron with like a Ganymede and then a couple of reset monsters. A couple of control monsters like Poseidon or Charlotte. Anything for a devil, Shmoo. I'm like that. Alright, so you don't have a necro team. Alright, I won't do that for a devil. I won't do that for a devil. You know what? The new and improved Vero. No, my safe word is devil. You know, I haven't tried the new and improved Vero in Giants. Maybe that. No, it's not going to do enough damage compared to the Naomi. Okay, so that's the first thing I see that can improve your team, right there. Okay, so I would Alvarez, no. How much crit rate here? 17. That's tough. 21. None. Okay. 12. Yeah, I would like this build more. Obviously, it takes the rune from your crow. But I do like this build a little bit more. I'd run it through the optimizer, so I'm not specifically saying this build. But this type of build, so I think one problem you're having is I would assume the Sig dies on the third wave, and his damage does not scale as much off of attack as it does off of crit damage. So you'd be better off getting some crit damage onto him over the attack. I also don't know... like right here, I didn't check your speed tuning, so I don't know if I'd rather see speed, HP, or accuracy there. Let's take a look at your speed tuning. Whoops. Okay, so the Lauren is Swift Broken, 207. I'd like to see the Lauren on Violent, even with lesser stats. The Fran's on Violent, 208, so that's fine. The Sig is too slow. The Sig's getting outsped, so that's the biggest problem right there. I don't know what your speed tower is, but I'm assuming it's low. So let's take a look at your speed tower. You need that Sig to be over 169 combat speed. Bro, you also need to buy this. Don't ever let this go. Which one's speed again? This one, right? Damn. You've been working the speed tower. I would probably chill on the speed tower and start focusing on some other towers. But, okay, so you're getting 14%. So... you need plus 59 speed on the Sig. 157. Okay, so your speed is there. Never mind. I was assuming the speed tower was low. I guess the speed is there. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, Eternal, speed is life if you can kill stuff. If your crit damage and attack towers and all those are low, then the speed tower doesn't help as much. So with that cost scaling, I would work on the other towers now that it's that high. So here's 157, 159, and 153. Okay, so the Naomi definitely needs artifacts. Just attack artifacts. And she needs defense badly. Okay, so Vlad, honestly, the single biggest thing I would recommend for you is do some R3, man. Spend like a couple of days in R3. That's all you need. The builds that you have on them, you obviously know what you're doing. Everything is speed tuned properly, or close to properly. I would like to see Sig go before Crow. Although I understand why you did it that way. You're probably trying to get the extra defense break opportunity, but I think it works either way. I prefer Sig before Crow. Either way is fine, but I mean, your speed tuning is fine. This Sig needs to be on a slot 6 HP rune. But the single biggest thing is none of these runes are gemmed and grinded. It doesn't matter if they're green gems and grinds, bro. The amount of stats that you're leaving on the table, you could make it up in 3 days. Even if you're just getting +3s and +4s, that's, you know... Like, you gem this resistance into HP percent, right? That's an extra 800 HP right there. On this rune, you gem this resistance into defense percent. You know, and then you grind the flat HP in the defense. On this rune, gem, or rather grind, and gem. So you're just leaving so many stats on the table. That's not something I can particularly fix on stream, obviously, because it's really just about the grind. But yeah, you just need to be doing some R5. Like, the builds that you have are fine. And then for the Necro, I think that needs to be your bigger focus, though. Getting this Giants team stable is fine, but it's still going to be slow. Whoops. I'll keep doing that. Let's go ahead and run something in the background now for you. We'll do Hall of Magic, because that should be faster. You got Shayna a few days ago. That's who I was looking for. Okay, so then for your Necro team, I've got a video that will actually walk you through a Necro team for Shayna. It's a very old video, so I'm going to go look it up on my channel and put a link in for you. Which one is it? Okay, it should be this one. Or is this the double Shayna? Oh, that's the double Shayna, my bad. No, that's single Shayna. Yeah, that's single Shayna plus Crow. Okay, yeah, that's the right one. So for the Necro team, you can check that video. It walks you through what to do. If you don't have enough stats to make that team, replace the Crow with a Fran and have the Fran go first, and then you'll be fine. So at that point, you would have the, like as far as speed tuning goes, because that video will walk you through all the speed tuning, just build that team, and then if you can't get enough stats to make it stable, just take the Crow out, put a Fran in, and have the Fran go first, and it should work for you. And then from there, my single biggest recommendation is just do some R3 or R. I saw you've got R4 open, so if you can do R4, all the better. But R3 is honestly totally fine. Blue grinds, even green grinds, they're going to get the stats on that you need, and that's the single biggest thing you're missing right now. That plus putting the Sig I would like on a slot 6 HP, but I'd like you to do it without giving up too much crit rate, and obviously the speed here, you can't give that up either. I can give you an R5 carry. Remind me like tomorrow, and I can give you an R5 carry. I think I can. Okay, so that is my advice for you on the dungeon teams. The Necro, once you build the Necro, you're going to be good to go for the building the Dots team, and then the Dots team is also going to require gems and grinds, though. You really do have to have enough effective HP, so you're not going to be able to build that team without running some raid. That's the main thing. Alright guys, so here we go. For Vlad's SWC scrolls, this is Vlad's alt. We are looking for Rika and Belinus. You guys have heard me gushing about them. We're looking for Ciara and Ganny. You know, Ace pops a Woody anytime he sees them. Poseidon, also an OP monster, definitely a good one on the list. Tyrannus and Savannah, I would personally take off the list. They are ridiculously stat-hungry monsters, and Tyrannus in particular, I actually would put Tyrannus down. He fell down at least a tier in the reset meta. You guys have all heard me talk about Savannah enough. I know everybody loves her except me. But either way, Savannah is a ridiculously stat-hungry monster that's just not going to help you at this stage of the game. So, in exchange for those two... I'm using him for skill ups on my Ken, Merrick. Tyrannus for oh, so you could have a Resurrector maybe? Michelle is a better Resurrector than... The 3-star Piccion Priest is a much better Resurrector than Tyrannus for Lab. The 3-star win to Piccion Priest. Oh, Fang, man. You gotta have Fang. Fang is so much easier to rune and so much better. Fang I would definitely put in over either Savannah or Tyrannus if you want the Tyrannus in there. You've got Bastet. Water Ryu is much easier to rune. He might help you if you need strippers. Diana's kind of semi-rune intensive. Let's see. I would probably take Odin over Savannah for you. Odin is a little bit more rune intensive, but he can be run on fatal runes. Doesn't have to have vampire runes. Yeah, that would be my personal, either that or possibly Charlotte over Savannah. Charlotte won't do as much for you in PvP, but she will do a lot for you in PvE. And she's a really strong and fun monster that's also easy to rune. So I think those are the two that I would recommend over the Savannah, would be Charlotte or Odin. Yeah. Juno and Oki would get honorable mentions, but... Ciara is also crazy rune intensive, but I know everybody wants Ciara, so I didn't say to take her off the list. You will have a lot of trouble runing Ciara right now, to be honest. But you know, she gives you something to work for, and she's so versatile that she's still worth having. Also, the Melias do not really need to be skilled up, so I might swap these out for Onis. Okay, so if you'd be pissed if this account got Ciara, honestly, I would take Ciara and Savannah out, and I would put Odin and Charlotte in, because these two monsters will benefit you much more at your stage of game right now on this account. Ciara is mostly going to sit in your storage. You're not going to be able to use her for a very long time. So that would make it even worse for you to get Ciara on this account and then not be able to use her. Fair enough. Definitely the Odin, though. Definitely the Odin. Odin's great for guild content, offense and defense, arena offense. She would join your water, you're probably in storage, right? Or if you're happy, if you're happy with it as it is, we can just go. I would feed a dupe Ciara Eternal. You can't use her without devils, and I wouldn't devil two of them. Go to Nat 4s, okay. Here, why don't we do this in Discord so we don't have the stream lag? Nice, Aso. Nice. Okay, cool. No, just communicating the box. Alright guys, so here we go. We have got 50 scrolls for Vlad. Bro, can we do it twice in one stream? I really hope we can do it twice in one stream. So, good luck, man. I'm rooting for you. This would be sick. I know Ace has gotten you some crazy stuff. I can't one-up Ace because I can't do an LD5. There's no LDs. But can we pull 2 Rikas in one stream, guys? Second, yeah, there you go. There you go, Merrick. I would trade them for ancient crystals, but all right, come on, let's see the sparks, man. Papa Panda was rocking it. Let's see if Vlad can do the same thing. All right, looking for that first spark here, guys. We're looking for that first spark. Come on, one time, actually 5 times. Okay, spark number 1. Rika? All right, it's an Oni. Onis are good. Lots of Onis are good, honestly. We'll take all the Onis we can get. Kaki is awesome for arena offense. Okay, spark number 2. We're there now, right? Oh, okay. I don't know if you needed a dupe Lucian, but he was on the list, so I don't know if that was Lucian skill ups or if it was a Lucian. You can fusion the Lucian skill ups also, by the way. Not that I think you really want to do fusions on an alt account, honestly. I'm sure you don't want to do fusions on an alt account. Alright, looking for spark number 3. Let's make it a big spark. Come on now. Big spark, one time. Papa Panda dropping the sparks and the 4-leaf clovers. XG needs water. But Merrick, you got one, man. You got yours yesterday. Excuse me. All right, come on now. Scroll number 3, where are you? Scroll number 3, spark number 3, I meant. I was trying to make you feel better, man. That's all. I was just trying to make you feel better. By the way, you can farm the Ikaru skill ups in Garen Forest as well. Alright, returning to the summons. Rika, wherefore art thou, Rika? Come on, 2 Rikas in one stream. That would be sick, man. That would be sick. Yeah, Merrick, that really, I think that's like the best update they've ever done in this game. Seriously. Okay, here's the spark. Come on. It's a Ganny! Oh, baby, we did it 2 times today. Sir, you've got a little baby Ganny boy. Congratulations, Vlad. Took us 28 scrolls to pop out a Ganymede. It's nuts, guys. Oh, it's a Ganny, sir. 34 scrolls. Sorry, it took us 34 scrolls to pop out the Ganny. Congratulations, bro. Oh, we can't awaken it, but we can lock it. Ganny in the his house. Okay, so now Ace feels better. Alright, let's see. We said we can buy some more scrolls as well. Who are we replacing the Ganny with? Perfect. All right, now it's time to get a Fang. I think a Fang would be a really nice addition. That was the last one that we could buy, Eternal. He's maxed out, so there was no point in getting more. You can only buy them 20 times. All right, looking for that Fang, guys. Looking for that Fang. The Rika still, I mean, Rika too, but variety is the spice of life. Variety is the spice of life. All right. Don't stop on us now. Calm to us. Don't stop. Don't get stingy just because we got a Ganny. All right. Is it because we stopped farming? Yeah, that's what it is. I swear, I don't know why, but I swear summons are always better if you're running an auto farm in the background. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, I think, actually. I think it's because of the, I think Come To Us is like random number generator is broken, and when it gets in a bad rotation, the time gate is real. It just keeps coming up with the same internal rolls, and I think the dungeons running in the background resets it. That is my conspiracy theory, but I stand by it because every time on stream I start the dungeons, the summons get better. And I mean, we pulled a freaking Ganny in 50 scrolls, so... Alright, we need this one last spark. One last spark. Come on, Come To Us. Come on, come on. Man, don't go that dry on us. Don't go that dry on us. One more! Oh... That was actually a really, really rough ending to that session. That was like 24 straight no spark. But it was still a Ganny in 55 scrolls, so I can't feel bad about it. And I think the actual overall spark rates were still ahead for 55 scrolls. 2 Onis and the Lucian. I think I might have put some of the other stuff away. Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 sparks. In 50 scrolls. We might have been behind by 1 spark, I'm not sure, but we definitely were ahead when you factor in the Ganny. Bro, oh, that hurt. Yeah, but you got like 3 LD5s in a week, man. I told you it's my conspiracy theory, Merrick. I'm not saying it's right. Alright, so Vlad, that is it for your account assistance, I believe. So I gave you my my recommendations for your dungeon team. You can mark it around 3 hours 53 minutes, I think, is where it started if you need to go back on this stream. So we are going to jump over to my account now. Oh, it's not a conspiracy theory, yeah. Right, well that was basically what I was saying, Merrick, is that when you run a dungeon in the background, you force the random number generator to continually cycle itself. I said it with less detail. That's pretty rare when I say something with less detail. But yeah, that's what I was saying. Is it just forces? Because I believe I believe the generator is not well coded. That's why you see stuff like the time gate back to back of the same Nat 5 and stuff like that. So, for the event, guys... For the event, guys, my recommendation here, for the gems, only take Violent and Will, no matter what, and only take Legend. For the grinds, I would focus mostly for Legend speed. Violent, Will, and Swift are all fine for the Legend speeds. If you don't have an immediate need for Legend speed, then you might do a Legend HP, defense, or attack gem for Violent or Will only, not for Swift. For the runes, what I went with was a Vio 6 HP and a Will 4 crit rate. I really wanted to do a Vio 6 resistance. I really need more Vio 6 resistance runes. But I couldn't pass up an 18 speed, guaranteed 18 speed rune. I just couldn't pass it up. So this is what I went for. Obviously, the recommendations are going to be pretty normal. You want Vio 6 HP attack, or you want Will 6 HP attack, and then you want Vio 4 or Will 4 crit damage or crit rate, or a Vio or a Will 2 speed. But the thing is, speed runes, even though they're hard to get, they're easy to roll and easy to re-app, so I would definitely focus on slots 4 and 6. And then just basically kind of goes to your play style. You know, if you need attack percent, like if you're a turn 1 player, then you go attack percent. If you're a turn 2 player, you go HP percent for the slot 6. And then if you're a turn 1 player, you go crit damage on the slot 4. If you're a turn 2 player, you go crit rate on the slot 4. That would be my recommendations for the event. And now we are going to set up. So I've done this on member streams a couple of times in the past. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But I'm gonna wrap up today's stream with recording a video. This is a video that'll get posted later this week. But it's a video. I was working on the setup quite a bit today. It's a list of my thoughts of how I think that RTA can be improved. It runs through kind of a bunch of different things. Oh man, the PowerPoint. Oh, here it is. Okay. The PowerPoint's kind of ugly because we all know that I suck when it comes to artistic design, unfortunately. But I did my best in the time that I had. So, which one are we going to use? No, not that. Not that. I think we will... I think we're going to go with this one. We're going to shrink the emulator. We're going to turn off the sidebar. So to kind of walk you through my process, right now I'm just setting up the layout. Sidebar off. We're going to turn off the chat box. We're going to set up the layout for how we want to display it. So because this is like PowerPoint, I want something that's a little bit of activity, so I'm going to keep this in the top right corner and just run a dungeon team or something. It's not like perfect, but at least the screen won't be completely immobile, you know, just so people have something to watch. It's a little bit small. Maybe, all right, let's see. First of all, let's add the PowerPoint. I'm gonna put this up. It's gonna be okay. We got to go back to OBS. So we want left monitor. So we go properties here. It's display 1. No, display 2. There we go. So we're gonna rename this to left monitor. Okay, I'm gonna try and shrink. I'm afraid to shrink the frame because it takes so long to get the spacing on this right. I think I gotta leave this. So we're just gonna do it this way. Should be a good enough display, I guess. Is Vero usable on Siege defense post-buff? I don't think so. Potentially some offenses maybe, but I don't really see where you would use Vero Siege defense because the enemy then just would not bring in debuffs. They would just bring in nukes, basically. It's still going to be very lutionable. Hey, Papa Panda, have a good night, man. Congrats again on the Rika. Alright. So we've got our layout set up. Let's set our recording folder. Yeah, I thought about trying to do this video with art, but it takes a long time to do the art in Photoshop, and there's so much that was going to be displayed on screen that okay, so this is going to force me, because I'm streaming, I can't change my destination folder, but I think that's okay. Let me just run a test. Okay, testing on the recording, 1, 2, 3. But yeah, it just seemed like PowerPoint was going to make life easier, but it is kind of weird. I don't know what the response will be to a PowerPoint video, but it was just going to be too much art to create otherwise. So we're going to lock that. We are going to lock that. We're going to get something moving on screen up here. Merrick's rules as a category. Yeah, and there may be more to add to this. I didn't, I'm sure a lot of people will have a lot of good ideas. The last time I did one of these videos, I kind of like went around and polled people and asked for ideas and stuff. This time it was just kind of off the top of my head. Is it just me or is Nox like... I think there's like just a little piece on the top that needs to be cut off, yeah. Like that. Not quite that much, like 35? Yeah, like that. Okay. Okay, we wanted to make sure that it's recording so we don't waste our efforts. Come over here, that should be in which folder? It's gonna be in this one? No. Be in this one then. Yes, okay. Did that have audio, guys? I couldn't hear it. Okay, yeah, it did have audio. Good. Okay. Okay, guys, I will not be watching chat as I record. I'm actually going to minimize the window because it does distract me. So this one, I don't know how many pauses I'm going to take. I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on what I want to say, but you never know until you actually start recording. Sometimes you just fuck up. So we'll see, but if I take pauses in between slides, I'll look at chat. Otherwise, I will have chat minimized. So let me put a note in chat in case anybody joins late. And with that, I am ready to record. Wait, there was one other thing I wanted to say. Okay, I remember now. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is going to come here. And here we go. No, I don't like that there. It's kind of in my line of sight. Let's do this. Do this. Can I make this a little bigger? What would happen if I know what to do here. Okay. Okay. Hey, it is Zennial Gamer here today to talk about RTA. Specifically, I'm going to be proposing some of the changes that I would like to see that I think would improve RTA as a whole. So you guys can see I've got up on screen right now the different topics we're going to be talking about. These are all going to be in chapters in the video description below as well. We're going to talk a little bit about skills, accuracy and resistance, balancing, pre-bans, leagues, a bunch of different ideas that I've had over time that I just tried to put together all in one place. Guys, first and foremost, if you agree or disagree with any of this stuff, please feel free to drop it in the comments below. But in particular, share this video around. And obviously that helps me as a creator. I'd love to see more views. But it's not just about that. It's about trying to get attention to some different ideas. And maybe if we can get enough views on the video, Com2Us will take notice and consider an idea or two. So with that said, there's one more thing I wanted to say before I jumped into the video. Last season after the SWC, which was like an RNG fest, there was a lot of talk about whether or not RTA and Summoners War in general is an esport. I want to throw this out here now. I do believe it is an esport, and it's pretty straightforward. All sports and all esports have RNG in them. So for you basketball fans, the example I always give is Kawhi Leonard in the conference finals 2 years ago. Bounces the ball off the rim 4 times. It's a once-in-a-career shot with 0 seconds left to send Toronto to the championship match. When they get to the championship match, they face a Golden State team that has like no living players left. And Kawhi Leonard wins a championship, but did he really? Yet the next year, especially because LeBron had been injured, everybody says that Kawhi Leonard is the best player in the world. It was pure RNG. Maybe not pure. I mean, he's obviously an incredibly skilled player. He is one of the 10 best players in the world, but that anointment as best player in the world was due to RNG. So, all video games, all activities, all games we can play with the possible exception of maybe chess and like a couple of ancient Chinese games have some RNG. With that said, RTA would be so much better if there was less RNG. I personally, my opinion is that the game is 7 years old now. And Com2Us has constantly added stuff as they have to do to keep the game alive. But as the game gets bigger and there's more monsters and there's more interactions, it shifts the meta in certain ways that kind of forces us into more of an RNG-based play style. We've basically been forced to do more stuff that's RNG, so a lot of my ideas today are going to be about trying to turn back the clock so that we're using less RNG. You can't eliminate it entirely, and I'll talk about that more later. It can't be eliminated entirely, or it would not be really a competition. It would just be whoever's got the best runes automatically wins. But I would like to see a greater balance where there's less RNG. So, with that said, let's jump into the video, and first and foremost, we're going to talk about skill balancing. So, a lot of people were happy, a lot of people were unhappy about the Chung Pung nerf. Me personally, I've got Chung. I thought he was a great monster. I think he's probably still a usable monster, a little bit limited. Whatever your thoughts on the nerf, I thought the actual idea of the nerf was perfect to balance a lot of the current RTA reset meta. To balance Oki, I feel he should get the Chung treatment. I think that if Oki's skill 2 would reset first and then strip, he would be an incredibly more balanced unit. You could still use him in a lot of the current types of control cleaves that we see, but it would be possible to try and counter him, or it would be easier to try and counter him. I would also like to see Hathor get the Chung treatment, because if we nerf Oki, then all we're going to do is return to the Hathor meta, right? There are some other monsters as well that have had strip into blah 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 added to them. So off the top of my head, Wind Bison and Cichlid the Wind Mermaid. Wind Bison is a little bit more balanced because of his low speed, but I think if you nerfed Hathor and Oki, we would start to see Wind Bison cleaves, and if that were the case, then I would want to see him get the Chung treatment as well. I think this is the biggest reason that we've moved, just my opinion here, the biggest reason that we've been forced to move into this more RNG-based meta, which is really what it is, and to clarify a little bit, the control meta often comes down to whoever's fastest, but preventing yourself from being controlled is RNG-based, and successfully controlling people is RNG-based. So a lot of what we're doing right now is kind of like determined by RNG. So to get away from that, we need to get away from the monsters that strip into X. That's really what drove us towards this current meta. That was the problem with Chung. He stripped into defense break, and then on a violent proc, he stripped into defense break, attack bar reduction, reset. That's what Oki does. He strips into reset, and so on and so on. So I would like to see the Chung treatment applied to a lot of monsters. It doesn't have to just be limited to strip into X also. As other monsters rise up in the meta, this is a great way to balance a lot of their skills without actually destroying the monster. Making them do their actions in a different sequence could a lot of times destroy them without really changing their kit. Now, the second idea I have for skill balancing, I'm going to throw this out there. I think this is an incredibly complicated idea to bring into the game. I think it's probably too big of a change. I don't even know that I want to see it, but I feel like it's worth discussing because it is an interesting idea, and that is initial turn cooldowns. So right now, when we go into a match, every single monster has every single skill available. Skills 1, 2, 3, and sometimes 4. In some other gacha games I've seen, like the one I play, you guys have seen, hopefully you guys have seen some of my sponsored videos, Dragon Champions, which I do still play every day, do still really enjoy quite a bit, and I am partnered with them. They have this feature called initial cooldowns, which is basically like the strongest skills can't be used on turn 1. You have to get through to turn 2 or turn 3 before you can use them. So, as we see Lucian amping up on the top of the screen, and no, I'm not proposing a nerf to Lucian, but just as an example, imagine if Lucian had to wait 1 turn before he could use his amp. So he came into the match with skills 1 and 2 available, but not skill 3. Again, I'm not proposing this for Lucian, just an example, but how would that change things? You would all of a sudden have to start putting HP and defense on Lucian, or you would have to theorycraft comps that would keep him alive. For the nukers, for the cleaves, for stuff like that, that's probably not a change that we want to see. But for some of the monsters, particularly control monsters, this would be another way to try and force people to use a more balanced comp instead of just going 3 strippers, 2 speed leads, defense break, and AoE nuke and control. It would force them to theorycraft something that would keep their control monster alive and maybe just create a little bit more balance overall. Okay, next up, let's talk about accuracy and resistance. Now, this is something I've been talking about for a while on streams. It's gotten mixed reaction on stream, so I'm sure it'll get mixed reaction within the community. It is the single change. Stupid emulator. Okay, next up, let's talk about accuracy and resistance. Now, this is something I've been talking about on streams for a while. It's gotten very mixed reactions. For me personally, this is the single biggest change. If I could pick only one change in the game, I would rather see this even than instant power-ups. Like, this is what I want to see most. Now, I know the audience is going to be split 50-50 on it, so leave some comments on your thoughts in the section below. But what I would like to see is maximum resistance increased to, personally, I'd like to see it increased to 185%, but I think 150, 175, 180, 200, all of those numbers are numbers we could consider. We would change the starting resistance on all monsters to 0. We would change the minimum resistance. You know that guaranteed innate 15%, like every monster can resist on RNG? That's kind of BS. That's an unnecessary RNG. If you want to resist something, put a resistance stat on your monster. Let's force us to use some theory craft on runes, and let's also add some value to resistance. So, starting resistance to 0, minimum resistance to 0, and remove the resistance lead and remove awakening into resistance. Just change those to something else, right? Now, when we talk about, let's say, doing 185 resistance monster, once you've eliminated all that other stuff, think about how many stats that requires. That's a 64 resistance rune on a slot 6, and it's still another 121 resistance you have to find on your other 5 runes. That's another 24 to 25 resistance per rune. It's an incredibly difficult build to make, and if you do make that build, you're going to have almost no other stats. You're going to have no speed, no HP, none of that stuff. So it becomes a viable build that we could use for a monster like Jameyer, for example, but you're sacrificing to make that build, so it becomes part of the checks and balances counter. It becomes part of that interaction of you pick a control, I pick a max resistance cleanser to counteract that, then the enemy's job is to identify which monster is built in max res and eliminate that monster through the bans. Now, the other side of this is that it also means that accuracy becomes more important. We get rid of that de facto 85% accuracy cap, and it becomes a real 100% accuracy cap. This would also force people who are running control comps to put more accuracy on their monsters. So, for example, you can't run Oki at, let's say, 55 accuracy and 25 accuracy from an artifact. That's 80 accuracy, which is damn near max accuracy right now. You run him 60 accuracy, 25 from an artifact. You can get 60 accuracy pretty much from innates, especially for monsters who awaken into resistance. You can get 60 accuracy. I mean, I'm not going to say it's easy. It obviously requires high rune quality, but you're not detracting from the main stats like the speed and the attack and the crit damage to get enough accuracy to play effectively in a control type meta. But if you know that you're going to be facing monsters where resistance all of a sudden matters, then it's going to force you to try and get up to that 100 accuracy, which makes it harder to get to that cleave level speed, and it makes it harder to get all that OP damage. So it would balance. Again, I'm banging on Oki because obviously Oki was the meta, the worst meta ever last season. I know they nerfed him. I know he may not be quite as meta this season, but the meta before Oki was the same thing. It was Control. It was Hathor. The meta going forward is most likely going to involve something that either uses artifact damage or some form of control. I mean, this game has always been about control and attack bar reduction, and that's great. That's part of the theory craft, but it's also always had checks and balances. It's had counters. There should always be something that can counter what the enemy can do. And right now, there's not a lot that counters the control meta other than just being faster and cleaving, or getting lucky with your resistance checks. So this change right here, it would force changes to how we rune our monsters on both sides, which adds a lot more strategy into the monster builds. And then it would create a lot more checks and balances as we did our draft. Okay, next up, let's talk about pre-bans. This is actually probably my favorite idea from this video. Accuracy resistance change is what I want to see most, but this is, I think, my favorite, just like fun, cool idea that I have. So I would like to see two types of pre-bans, user pre-bans and auto pre-bans. So we're going to start off by talking about user pre-bans. User pre-bans will be pre-configured before you go into the match. This would not affect SWC. They would do their normal bans the way they do. But in season, we don't have bans now anyway, so this doesn't change anything. Like, one of the concerns when I've mentioned this idea on stream, people are like, well, you don't know who you're matching yet. That's the point. You're going to be doing a configured pre-ban based on the monsters that you don't like to match up with, not based on what your opponent's monsters are. This isn't about giving you an advantage over your opponent, it's about forcing us to be more creative with our monster building. So if I go into a match knowing that I'm going to face random 3 pre-bans, I got to have a bigger box built, and I've got to have more monsters that work together and synergize, and it forces me not to just run the 7 same monsters in RTA, because at the end of the day, like, I've got a crazy box. You guys have seen my stream, I have 384 stars. That's ridiculous. But the normal player, the normal endgame player who's been playing for a while, you've got 100 or 200, I said 4 stars, I meant 6 stars obviously, but the normal endgame player who's been playing for a while, you guys have got 100, 200, 6 stars, right? How many of them do you ever use? Like, we use 30 for Siege, a mix of most of those same 30 are going to go in our guild content and our arena box. Now we only need 2 teams for dungeons with 9 or 10 monsters. So we have all these monsters just collecting dust, and a lot of them are cool, and a lot of them are fun, but we can't use them because the meta forces us away from them. So taking in some random, it's not random because it's user chosen, but some unknown pre-bans would force us to build out bigger boxes, look at monsters that are less utilized, get more creative, do more theory crafting, and generally I think just make it more fun. Now, with that said, obviously early game players don't have 100, 200 plus 6-star monsters. So what I propose is that challengers would have 1 configured user pre-ban. When I say configured, what I mean is there's like a settings option. Before you go into RTA, you pre-ban the monster. When the match starts, both players are just notified of the pre-ban instantly. There's no delay in the drafting, and those monsters are just banned out. Fighter level would get 2 configured pre-bans. Conquerors would get 3. And Guardians would get 5. Now, the Guardian number might be big. Maybe Guardians should still be 4. Maybe even Guardians should be 3. We could, that's something that could be up for debate, but I really like the 5 because now you're talking about potentially 10 different monsters. If you're a Guardian level player, you should have a big, well-runed monster box, and you should be able to work around those pre-bans. You should be able to counter what your opponent's doing, and maybe we see some really random fun stuff in RTA. Now, with that said, we all know LD5s are OP, but LD5s are also, like, valuable. They're great for people to get. So I think you should have 1 LD5 max in the pre-ban, and I think there are some that probably shouldn't be pre-bannable because it's just not fair. Like Gianna, as much as we all hate facing Gianna, she's going to be automatically everybody's LD5 pre-ban. That's not fair to the Gianna owners. So I think maybe like the top 10 or 20 LD5s should not be eligible for pre-ban, and then you should only be able to pre-ban 1 LD5, but you don't have to do the LD5. So if you're a Guardian and you have 5 pre-bans, you can do 5 elemental monsters, or you can do 4 elementals and 1 LD5, but you can't pick any of the triple S tier LD5s, just to kind of make it fair to the people who have those. Now, the auto pre-ban is the other side of this, and this is kind of what really excites me. Every season, at the end of the season, the 3 monsters that were used the most that season will automatically be pre-banned from the following season. So if Oki is the broken meta in Season 16, then Oki cannot be used at all in Season 17. It forces a meta change. We don't have to do it through tweaks and skills and balances. We can force the meta change, because if you can't use last season's meta, you're going to have to get creative. You're going to have to build a new box every season. You're going to have to approach each season like it's an esport, like it's actually a new strategy. I love this idea. I hope you guys do too. It's my favorite idea. Now, the other side of it would be the 3 highest win percentage. They would have to have a minimum of 200 fights, so it can't be like one person randomly use CN, the Blution, and won, so now Blution is pre-banned, or whatever. But the top 3 monsters with the highest win percentage that were used in at least 200 fights, or maybe 500 fights, or something that it's high enough that it couldn't be abused, those would also be automatically pre-banned. So going into the next season, we'd have, you know, potentially 6 monsters we couldn't use, or there may be some overlap on the auto pre-bans, like Oki may be highest win rate and also highest usage, so be 3 to 6 auto pre-bans, and then we'd have the user configured pre-bans. You could be looking at as many as 16 monsters banned in Guardian matches, which would just force us to get creative, and for me, personally, it would be a lot more fun. Okay, next up we've got leagues and matchmaking. So we're going to start off by talking, and I know this is actually a topic that's really sensitive for a lot of people. A lot of people complain about this. These are actually 2 ideas that I've had for a long time. I think I've talked about them in our Discord server, so this is a great plug, by the way. There's a link in the video description if you guys want to join the community. We'd love to have you. Jump into the Discord server, but I think I've talked about this in Discord. I don't know if I've talked about this in stream, but this is my idea. This is the structure of my idea of what I'd like to see. I would like to see RTA leagues, which would be broken down into 5 leagues. So right now, if you look at it, they're not leagues, but right now, if you look at the ranks, we have Challenger, Fighter, Conqueror, and Guardian. And the single biggest category of all of them is Fighter 3. And that is, it's kind of brutal and it's kind of toxic at the same time. It's really hard for somebody to move out of Fighter 3. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it feels like 50 to 70% of the game is in Fighter 3, or at least they're in Fighter. It's too condensed, and the reason for that is obviously because Comp2us wants you to get out of Challenger quickly, but Conqueror is like the elite level. A lot of us don't even realize, when you think about it, Conqueror players are the top 10% of the game. That's pretty legit. If you've made Conqueror, that's pretty legit. It's also what makes it so hard to get into Conqueror. So when we think about the toxicity that you see in Fighter 3, people are like, oh man, I just saw a match with 5 LD5s, or I just, you know, whatever, I got cleaved by an Oki meta team. It's because that person maybe is like the 10.01%, which is still super, super legit. It's just the problem is that those fighter ranks are too big, so people can't move out. So I would like to see 5 leagues created, which would be Challenger, Fighter, Conqueror, Guardian, and Legend. So instead of Legend being the rank 1 player, it would be a league of the top 500 or so players. Then we would have Champion. Champion would be the new rank 1 player. So we would have Legend League for the top 500 players, and then the winner would be the Champion. Or you could call it a Champion League and leave Legend where it is. Either way. Doesn't matter, it's semantics, but the point is, let's stretch it out to 5 leagues. Let's make Conqueror a little bit bigger. So now we've got 5 leagues. Let's capture 20% of the players in Challenger, 20 in Fighter, 20 in Conqueror, 20 in Guardian. Maybe it needs to stretch a little bit lower. I mean, if we sat down and worked it out, right? We need to know exactly the analytics that Comp2us has of how many people are playing, but maybe the Legend League should be the top 500 players. The Guardian League should be the next 4,500 players down. And then Conqueror should run down out to the, Conqueror C3 would be players who are in the top 10% of the game outside of Guardian. C2 would be the top 20%. C1 would be the top 30. Fighter 3 would then be top 40, Fighter 2, top 50, and on down the list. So basically, we would be creating a little bit more equality within the leagues. Now, you would have to use 150 wings to change leagues. So this would also, it wouldn't completely fix the issue of botting, but it would definitely fix the issue of Guardian players farming. So you would be allowed to change leagues in season, but only to advance forward. You could move forward from one league to another in season if you're dominating. We would need to set some sort of criteria that would be based off of score or win percentage. One of my thoughts here, which we're going to talk about on the next idea, actually, is the duration of the leagues. One of my thoughts is that the Challenger and Fighter leagues would run for a shorter time than the Conqueror, Guardian, and Legend leagues. And you would see the top percentage of players advance out of Challenger and Fighter when the mid-season Like if you're mid-season Guardian, when the Challenger ends, or if you're mid-season Conqueror when the Challenger League and Fighter Leagues end, then we might see some Challengers and Fighters promote, and maybe the bottom level of the Conquerors drop out in that mid-season exchange. You would be able to continue increasing through leagues, and this is necessary for people who have never played RTA before, right? So you would be able to continue increasing through leagues if you meet certain benchmarks, certain points of domination. So, you know, without having a whole point structure in place, which would get too complicated for this video, I tried to avoid using too many numbers in this video, and now I'm realizing that it would have been easier if I had them. But just for argument's sake, let's say Conqueror is 1,500 points, and you have a fighter player who reaches 1,600 points, they would automatically promote to Conqueror League. That's what we would need to do to get the strongest players out of fighter and move them up where they need to be, and also to make sure it's not unfair to the people who are doing RTA for the first time. So again, you would be able to advance unlimited leagues in one season, but you would only ever be able to drop one league within your season, and you must do 150 wings to advance or decrease. Now the reason for that is it makes sure that somebody who quits the game for 2 years can't just come back being a Guardian player and Challenger, and it makes sure that we can't just have Guardian players tanking to farm in Challenger. So it's not a perfect system. I know there's some possibilities for abuse, but it would be a lot better, I think, than what we have right now. Each league would have its own prizes. Each league would have its own trophies. Each league would, and obviously the prizes would scale down a little bit, but you know, it's the same thing as right now. We have skins and we have auras, so maybe we have like the Challenger League would just have one aura for the finalists, and then the Fighter League would have that aura plus another. And then the Conqueror would have that plus another. Guardian would get the skin. Legend would maybe get some sort of battle, like an arena. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even have this idea before the video, but we have the Siege battlefield, right? So like Legend League players would get an RTA battlefield. That would be badass. Anyway, you guys get the idea. Now let's talk about matchmaking. So one of the issues that people have is like, I'm a Conqueror 2 player that matched up with a Guardian 2, or I'm a Fighter 2 that matched up with a Conqueror 2. Part of the reason this happens is simply because we all have a finite number of wings, we don't all use them every day, and Com2uS needs to be able to match us within a reasonable time. So, what I would like to see is that matchmaking will be primarily within your league. If you're in the Fighter League, you match any other Fighter player, 1 through 3. There should be a little bit of competition if you've moved up to Fighter, and we're now condensed. Remember, it's only the 20% range of the game, so a Fighter 3 might be stronger than a Fighter 1, but you should have a chance at least, and it helps you to move up in the ranks. If you are in queue for 15 seconds or longer, then it would expand to match you to either the top rank of the league below you or the bottom rank of the league above you. So in theory, if a Fighter 1 could not find any other fighter to match after 15 seconds in queue, it would expand out to Challenger 3 and to Conqueror 1, and it would never go further than that. So that would close the gap of matchmaking. It would try and keep us centered within a 20% range, but it would also address the issue of us not having to wait in queue for too long. Now, the other thing that a lot of us have trouble with is the fact that sometimes you can face the same person 2, 3, 4 times in a row. Some of us like that, some of us hate it. I don't know if there's a universal opinion on that, so I would simply say toggle the option for rematches. Like, rather, create a configurable toggle, like a setting in RTA that you just say, I want a rematch, or I don't ever want a rematch. And if you say, I don't want a rematch, then it will never match you with the same person twice. And if it says, I want a rematch, and the other person also says, I want a rematch, then it will give you preference to rematch the same person twice. Because me personally, I love to face the same person 3 times in a row. I think it creates more strategy in the picks and bans, but I know a lot of people don't like it. So give us the option, and we'll get some rematches, and the people who don't want a rematch won't. Okay, next up, we've got turn meter. We're moving into some of the ideas now I think might be a little bit more controversial. I think a lot of people will agree with this one. The next slide. Oops. Okay, next up, we've got turn meter. Now we're moving into some of the ideas that I think might be a little more controversial because I'm going to be talking about more ways to reduce RNG. When I talk about turn meter, what I'm proposing is something actually new. So we have an attack bar right now, and obviously the attack bar fills up when a monster hits 100%, whichever monster has the highest attack bar, because you can go over 100, will take a turn. Then there are monsters that are intended to either take a turn instantly or have their attack bar filled up. So demons, Garudas, Horuses, for example. So the Belial, the water demon, and Beelzebub, the dark demon, they resurrect and they get 100% attack bar, plus minus whatever's on artifacts. Well, no minus, just plus, but you know. But they don't get guaranteed a turn, they just get that attack bar. Horuses will actually give a monster like an extra 100% attack bar. Same thing for Garudas. And then we have Antares. We've all fought an Antares that took every single freaking turn. We've all fought an Antares that just sat there and was decoration. Or at least we've used an Antares that sat there and was decoration, right? So I would like to see a lot of this variance RNG type stuff. Like the demons can get cut by violent procs, which is just kind of BS. The demons can get beaten by higher attack bar. There is a little bit more skill in that. I will give that. I've seen a lot of people who will work around a demon and try and set things up. So that is somewhat more skill based, but it's still a little too kind of RNG for me. And then you have the monsters like Antares, which are just stupid and have, in my opinion, are stupid and have no place in RTA. So what I would like to see is to eliminate the stolen turns with a turn meter. So a monster like Antares, instead of having a 15% random chance of taking a turn, his turn meter would increase by 15% every time somebody took a turn. Now this is not an attack bar, so it's not like the Omduok passive. Instead, it's a turn meter. When the Antares turn meter hits 100%, he takes a turn. No matter what else anybody's attack bar is, no matter what violent status they're in, it's a turn meter that progresses. And maybe we give him like 20 or 25% on his turn meter instead of the 15 random that it is now, because it's actually 15% that increases. Every time he doesn't take a turn, it goes up. So maybe you give him 25% turn meter. That means every 4 turns, Antares is taking a turn. Makes him about just as strong as he is right now. He's going to take the same number of turns on scale, but it makes him more predictable, which makes it less RNG based. And that gives us the opportunity to use more skill as we're countering him and which monsters we draw in and so forth. Now, monsters that fill up attack bar, I feel like that should also be an instant turn, as that, at least to me, feels like what the intent of the skills should have been. Those skills are mostly really old skills that came from a long, older meta, like the Horuses, the Garudas. They're very old monsters. And I don't think we had the same levels of speed and rune quality and artifacts and all the stuff we have in the game now that interacted with that. So I would like to see the attack bar be an instant turn. And then resurrecting monsters. And obviously, guys, disclaimer, I have Beelzebub. This certainly benefits me, but I do feel that a monster that is supposed to resurrect and take a turn should get to take a turn and should not just be able to die again by a violent proc. It means, for example, Beelzebub, 22% of the time my Beelzebub resurrects, he just dies to a violent proc. So he can already be reset, he can already be just ignored, but then to have him lose to a violent proc after you set everything up perfectly is one of the more frustrating things. In RTA, I suspect that Belial owners or Belial players would agree with me as well. I also think Belial would become more in the meta if his turn was guaranteed. Now, the last idea is one I'm not even sure about. I'm pitching this just for discussion purposes. But what if violent procs gave you 100% attack bar instead of an instant turn? So we'd almost be flipping things around. Where right now, the things that give you 100% attack bar would actually give you an instant turn, and violent procs would give you attack bar instead of that instant turn. So you would still be able to be cut. It would maybe balance violent procs a little bit. My concern with this is that procking out of control and not getting to take that turn, it could be pretty devastating. It could be an over nerf, because what Come To Us has always said is the point of violent procs is to counter control. And this is true. This is why at the start of the video I said you can never truly eliminate RNG, because violent is necessary to counter control. The problem that we have is when control monsters are in violent, that's what breaks things. But the monsters being controlled, being in violence, kind of necessary. So I don't know if I like this idea of violent procs just giving attack bar or not. But I think it's interesting. I think it's worth some discussion. It's probably not something that should go in with this type of changes because it's such a big change. But it might be interesting to try it out in the Special League and see what happens. Just kind of a fun throw-in, basically. Okay, next up, this is an idea that I've posted on Reddit. I've done a video on this, so I'm not actually going to spend a long time on it. I already know it's a 50-50 divide. Half the people love it, half the people hate it. But I do have to, every time I talk about RTA, I have to throw it out because I really believe in it. So I feel like violent procs should not activate passives if the monster took a turn the first time. So what I mean by this is if Vertihile takes a turn and boosts the team by 40%, the attack bar by 40%, and then procs and boosts the team by another 40%, it's one of the most broken procs in the game. The thing is, most monsters, when they proc, it turn cycles them closer to their cooldowns, and it can be devastating. A timely proc can be devastating, but it's not guaranteed to be. If your Ganymede procs while the enemy has immunity, or your Ciara procs while the enemy has immunity, it's a dead proc. But Vertihile's procs are never dead. Lauren's procs are almost never dead. Diana's procs are never dead. These are issues, the first two are issues of cooldown, of passives, and the third one is an issue of a cooldown. So it makes it so that Violent is more powerful on some monsters than on others. So the fix to this, in my mind, is that Violent should not, a passive should not activate on a Violent proc when the monster took a turn. So if you proc out of control, your passive works. But if you take a turn and proc, your passive does not work. And then violent procs don't reduce cooldowns. This means Diana can't do infinite turn cycling from human to pony form. This means that Hathor can't strip into AoE sleep. So this would create a little bit more balance on those control monsters in Violent. It means that Oki can't reset into AoE stun. Things like, actually, Oki's cooldown would be up, so Oki still would be able to strip into AoE stun, at least at the start of the fight, but maybe not necessarily later. Now, the other thing I would really like to see is that in-skill Violent procs would receive the same treatment as Violent runes, so you don't have an Orion that goes 7 times in a row. You know, I had a Yen go 11 times in a row on me in Special League. I mean, that was stupid. It was just ridiculous. What can you do against a monster that goes 11 times in a row? So, if you have an innate ability to proc, you know, Orion is skill 1, Yen is passive, Draco is skill 1, etc., it should have the same treatment as Violent procs. Meaning that you can't proc more than once in a turn. Oops. For those of you on stream, we're at 35 minutes recording. This video is going to be way longer than I expected it to be. We'll see how much I can cut out in editing. Okay, next up, let's talk about league duration and also special leagues. So what I suggest is that if we were to use the multiple leagues structure like I suggested, challenger leagues would be 2 weeks long only. The prizes are going to be really small, so it shouldn't be a big deal. And the new thing that Com2uS added where we get lots of medals for achievements, that should only reset when the Guardian and Legend leagues reset so that it stays balanced. But the reason for making Challenger Leagues 2 weeks only, a couple of reasons actually. One is Challenger is kind of like your introduction into RTA, and I feel like a lot of Challenger players would benefit from having the league kind of recycling a little bit, getting that reset. More importantly, because Challenger League is really intended in this structure to be the stepping stone into Fighter, so if you have it resetting every 2 weeks, we can be promoting more people into Fighter. Excuse me. Fighter and Conqueror leagues would be 4 weeks for pretty much the exact same reason. Guardian and Legend would be 8 weeks. I know I have it as 2 months on screen, but just for the symmetry, it would actually need to be 8 weeks. When the Guardian and Legend, or when any of these leagues started, actually, we would then know the actual end date, because Com2uS doesn't always announce it, so we don't always know when it's going to end. But if we had a set duration, we would always know exactly when it's going to end. We would actually have 6 RTA seasons per year, which would be pretty cool. I would like to see the RTA seasons be a little bit shorter, in part because right now, RTA seasons are really long, and a lot of Guardian level players just rush in the last 2 weeks, which kind of makes it unfair for a lot of people who are in lower ranks who are trying to hold their ranks. Now, the leagues would partially fix this, But even then, if we had legend players who were trying to rush up through Guardian ranks, they'd be steamrolling the Guardians because they went 2.5 months without playing, and then at the very end of the season, they're trying to get all their points. So a shorter season will discourage at least a little bit those players who are rushing up at the end, and then it gives us more rewards, and it gives us more reason to get engaged and re-engaged into RTA on a regular basis. We actually talked about the in-season promotion demotion on the earlier slide, so I won't go back into that again. But the other thing I would really like to see is special leagues being run concurrently. Now, if we had to lower the rewards a little bit, I'd actually be okay with that. Or if we just increase the cost of the transmogs, whatever, I'd be okay with that. I just want special leagues to run because it's something different and it's a lot of fun. And I don't see why we can't have them both and why we can only have 3 2-week special leagues a year when Special League gives us so much additional variety. I actually have another video that'll be coming out later where I propose a whole bunch of different types of Special Leagues also. So that would work in conjunction with this, where we would have a 1 month long Special League, or yeah, probably a 1 month long Special League. So we'd have 12 Special Leagues a year, and we'd probably have like 12 different types of Special Leagues, or maybe 6 types that run twice, depending on which ones make the most sense. But it would be a continuous rotation, and we would have the extra 30 wings a day that we could do. So you could do Special League, you could do RTA, or you could do both. But there's, to me, there's no reason why they shouldn't both be running. I don't know if it's a server issue, but it feels like it's something they should be able to code. Okay, and then we are going to wrap up with, I'm calling it fun stuff, but it's really more like quality of life. I guess quality of life would have been a better name for this slide. But so we're going to wrap up with the QOL stuff. First suggestion here is I would like to see a practice queue. So right now we do have Goodwill rooms, and every time I try and go into a Goodwill room, I can't find a battle because I don't know who's in there AFK. I don't know who's in there who's already queued up for another match, things like that. I would like to just see an unranked queue by league, of course. So there would actually be an option. So you could queue up in your own league, or you could queue up through all leagues. It would just be a configuration option when you picked it. And obviously, somebody who has said they only want to queue up in their own league could not queue up against somebody in a different league who says they want to queue up outside of their league. So it would be smaller queues. I expect we would spend a little bit more time in matchmaking, but it would certainly be a lot more efficient than the Goodwill rooms we have now. We should keep the Goodwill rooms because one-on-one duels are really cool. But this would give us a way to give us a way to do more wings and test out our comps against people, whether we want to try people that are stronger by going outside our league or we want to try people in our league. It's just a way to test comps without having to take it live and without having to really hunt for people in Goodwill. I would like to see the ability to flag specific monsters for replays. So this is something I hear on stream a lot. People are like, I just got this crazy good LD5. What comp can I use? The problem is, I might be a streamer, but I'm not a huge LD5 owner. I did get really lucky. I got 2 LD5s in February, Pontos and Van Cliff. Before that, I had Beelzebub. Those are the 3 LD5s I have. So if you ask me almost any other LD5, I might know what it does. I might have some decent ideas, but I can't just tell you a comp off the top of my head. As much as I'd like to, I just don't know the monster. I don't have experience with it. And that's going to be true if they ask in their guild. I mean, these are rare monsters. So you get this new great LD5 and you don't know what to do with it. So if we could flag monsters for replays, like I just pulled Wedjet, I want to flag and see every RTA replay that has Wedjet in it. And then I can actually get some ideas and inspirations for comps. I'd like to see us be able to save builds. This would be particularly useful if we do the concurrent special leagues that I suggested earlier, because a lot of times you break all your builds for special league, and then it takes forever to restore your builds. Sometimes you just want to move a rune around. Like we have RTA runes now, there is no cost for moving it, so there's really no reason that we can't just save a build and then just swap back to that build whenever we're ready. And then the last thing, I would really like to see favorites be extended to 40. And if we do concurrent special leagues, we need a separate special leagues favorite, probably a special leagues rune manager as well. But at least for me, I struggle, well, it's not that I struggle, I run more than 30 monsters in RTA. Because I have so many different counter picks. And so I struggle to find those monsters in my monster box if they're outside my top 30. So a lot of times I have the right counter and it's ruined and I simply run out of time because I can't find it in my box. I've tried leaving monsters outside of storage with everything else in, but it still gets messy, it still gets complicated. So it would just be really nice if they would extend our favorites out to 40 or even 50. Alright guys, this was a really long video, but it's a lot of stuff that I really feel would be so great to come into the game. It's a huge overhaul. If you did all of this at once, it would be massive. So I don't know that necessarily all of it needs to come in at once, particularly some of the balancing stuff. So, for example, if we were to give the Chung treatment to to Hathor and Oki, do we necessarily need to make all the changes to violent procs? Maybe not. Maybe we just need to make it so that violent procs don't activate on passives so that things are balanced out a little bit more. Maybe we don't need to do the cooldown part. If we were to do the violent thing, maybe we don't need to do something else. So I don't know that every one of these changes needs to come in at once. If I had to prioritize, as I said earlier on, the two biggest changes I want to see, the accuracy resistance change is huge for me. And then the other one is I really love the idea of the auto and the user-based pre-bans just because it forces us to get creative. It forces us to not use the same 7 monsters every time. Alright guys, so on that note, as always, I appreciate you watching the video. I hope you enjoyed it. Please leave some comments in the section below. Tell me which ideas you liked. Tell me which ideas you didn't. And if you like some of these ideas, please share this video around. Let's try and get some attention. Try and get some notice. Maybe Come To Us will put in 1 or 2 of the ideas, or maybe somebody on Reddit will pick it up and put up a post and somebody with a bigger voice will suggest it and Come To Us will put in 1 or 2 ideas. Whatever it takes, man. Just get me that resistance build and those pre-bans. On that note, guys, once again, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video, and we'll see you next time. Alright, I'm sure I've got lots and lots of chat to catch up on, so we will do, I'm going to start reading up on chat. Oh man, chat doesn't even scroll back. Apparently chat doesn't scroll back. That kind of sucks. I didn't realize it didn't go that far back. Okay, so a lot of the chat was cut off for me, but Dies a Lot, you can't watch the replays and ban you out because you don't know who you're going to match. You can ban out playstyles, but you can't ban out monsters that impact an individual. No, Eternal, I actually stand by I mean, some of the ideas may need a tweak, but I actually stand by every one of these. I really believe strongly in most of this stuff. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who are diehard, like, please give me my RNG. I'm always going to be diehard, please give me a way to counter RNG. Ace, I actually think 5 I mean, I said in the video 5 might be a lot. 3 might be the most you could do, but I really like the idea of 5, man. I really do. I want to see some creativity. I don't want to just keep using the same 7 freaking monsters over and over. We generally will know what monsters are going to be pre-banned. I mean, going into a season, you'll pretty much have an idea of what's going to be pre-banned because we all know what's really strong, so it's not like you can't play around that. That's actually the downside to it, honestly, is that you can't play around it, but the upside is if you ban out the 5 or 8 most powerful monsters, all of a sudden people have to get creative. They can't just keep running the same comps over and over, because that's the real issue with RTA. I don't think so. I mean, maybe in G3 you would, but most people don't have multiple OP LDs. Yeah, I mean, but honestly, I'm okay with that. I'd rather face at least the thing is, you would see different LDs. It would be different comps. It wouldn't be the same retarded fight over and over. To me, that's a plus. And maybe it would backfire and then you tweak it, but if the system's in place, then it's easier to tweak. So you add more LDs to the pre-ban list. Or maybe we just make a max if you can't draft more than 2 LDs in RTA. There's a lot of different things that can be done. Once the system's in place, you can tweak the numbers. But right now, there's no system in place that encourages us to use more than 5 to 7 monsters. Yeah, not really dies a lot, man. You can ban playstyles, but you don't know who you're going to queue with. So if you ban one playstyle, you leave yourself vulnerable to others. Best I can say is it can be tested out in a special league, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But to me, you guys will not convince me that it's not a better system. You might convince me that the numbers need tweaking, but I'm a real big proponent of test something and then figure it out. So maybe 5 is too much. Maybe it needs to be 3. Maybe 5's not enough and it needs to be more. I don't know. But you see right there, so Dies a lot. You're saying, I see Ace playing a speed cleave and I ban out speed cleave. How do you know you're going to match Ace? How do you know you're not going to match me? So you ban an entire speed cleave, you let my entire team through. No, Merrick, I didn't skip a bunch of chat. The chat cut off. It didn't let me scroll all the way back. It only let me scroll up like 30 lines. Yeah, so what you're missing, Dies a lot, is the point that if a playstyle gets banned out, those players will change their playstyles. And if they don't change their playstyles, they shouldn't be in the league they're in. That's the whole point. I'm not going to run Chung, Oki, Water Ryu when 75% of the fights I go into have those monsters pre-banned. I'm going to get creative and use something else. What it's really going to do is force us all to dig deeper into our boxes to build core comps around monsters that are not commonly used. So now all of a sudden I'm going to be running Carbine or, you know, some random stuff that I know is not going to get pre-banned, so I have my comp, and then the enemy has to figure out how to mess up a comp that they haven't seen before. It's going to create variety. You're just assuming that everybody will keep playing the same teams and get screwed by the ban, but that's not going to happen. There's no way you can keep playing your same team and then just having it banned out every time. I mean, you could, Ace, but I'm not sure how effective that would be. I mean, but you could, sure. That would be part of the strategy, man. That would be part of the creativity. It's not any different than me facing 524 speed leads right now. It's the same exact thing. And you can all, again, I mean, like I suggested specifically, like you couldn't pre-ban Gianna, so there could be monsters on a no pre-ban list. You could do a no pre-ban of Ciara and Water Ryu, so nobody can pre-ban those two, so they're still in. Like, it doesn't have to be an all or nothing, but it does need to be something. That to me would definitely improve the meta. Yeah, it's if I could pick one change in the game, it would be accuracy resistance. If I could pick a second change in the game, it would be pre-bans. I would take that even before instant Rune Plus. I mean, you guys are just like, so Dies a lot. You're like assuming everybody will have the same 5 pre-bans, but what's gonna happen is there won't be a meta. It's gonna splinter. People are gonna have to start building more than the exact same core comps because they're gonna keep running into those pre-bans. So we're gonna start to see a lot of different monsters that we've never seen. You can't just automatically ban out. The closest to like an auto ban out would be like what Ace said. Somebody who just bans out all speed leads. I personally don't think that would be effective, or at least I don't think it would be any more or less effective than just not having pre-bans, because it's the same thing as running 24 speed leads. But outside of that, you can't just like ban all bruisers because there's more than 5. So people are gonna dig into their boxes. They're gonna get more creative. They're gonna start using monsters we haven't seen before. So the only problem with that, Merrick, is it's super easy to reach 100 resistance. The reason I like the idea of raising the resistance cap is because you're paying a price. You're giving up something. So I can put a beefy slot 6 resistance rune on my Savannah, one that has lots of attack, and I give up almost nothing to get her to 100 resistance because she already awakens into res. Or I could play a Savannah with a Hathor, and the Hathor resistance lead plus Savannah is practically max resistance already. So if it's that easy to get there on the 100 resistance, then it's a big nerf. That's why I want to see it. I want to see like you have to sacrifice to make the resistance. It shouldn't just be like, because the game right now is so easy. The rune drops are crazy. We've got artifacts. We've got so much stuff. It's so easy to pump in stats. And that's part of the issue, is that the stats and the builds that we have now are so much stronger than what we had even a year ago. And there needs to be some trade-off. You shouldn't be able to just put everything you want on a monster. $100 res versus 100 ac is 50 resistance. Yeah, see, I don't like that either, because now if you're at 100 res versus 100 ac, it's 50 resistance, it's still 50-50, it's a straight up coin flip. The idea here is that you sacrifice something to reduce RNG. You sacrifice lots of stats, because getting to 185 res with no leads or anything else, you're sacrificing a ton of stats. So you make a sacrifice as a dedicated build, and then you reduce the RNG. Yeah, they grow at the same rate, Merrick, but a slot 6 resistance rune gives you 64 resistance, and a monster that awakens into resistance gets 40. And then the slot 6 resistance rune can be quad grinded, and it can quad roll attack. So you could theoretically get 50 attack on a slot 6 resistance rune, and still have HP. You could still have 15 speed, 18 defense, and 18 HP. No, that's the whole point, Merrick. The whole point is that if you go into an all-out resistance build, then you will resist. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, so Dies a lot. I actually said it could be 150, 175, 185, or 200. I would like to see it be 185 personally. I mean, I guess it would be too OP to make a guaranteed resistance. So I think somewhere around 185 would be right for me. But I mean, if it went to 175, I'd be okay. I feel like 150 is too low. But 175 or 185, that's about the right number for me. And Merrick, if you increase the accuracy cap as well, then you kind of defeat the purpose of the whole change. The problem is, everything in the game right now, or what I loved about Summoner's War, what attracted me to Summoner's War when I started this game, was that everything had a counter except for Violent. But when I started this game, everything had a counter. Daphnis is OP, except you bring in a no-will Triana. This is OP, but you bring in that. Gianna is OP, but you use Tetra. Like, everything used to have a counter, and we've gotten to a point in the game where that's no longer the case. There are things that are uncounterable, and most of that comes out of accuracy resistance change. The only way to counter them now is RNG, or play one very narrow style of game. So basically, you have to either get RNG or you have to play speed, and that's the only way to counter it. That's what I don't like about where we are right now, is that we've lost the checks and balances, which is what made this game great in the first place. So doing something like this resistance build, it forces you to sacrifice so many stats. So you're saying, why invest in accuracy at all if you can never beat a resistance build? You invest in accuracy because if the enemy throws out 4 max resistance builds, those monsters all have no stats. To get to a max resistance build, you're giving up an incredible amount of stats. So you're actually sacrificing, which is kind of the whole point. And then your max accuracy monsters will probably still win even if they don't land debuffs, because all my max resistance builds have no stats. I mean, Ace, offense was ignored defense meta for 5 years, and right now, offense is like a nothing meta because everything is Commune Vigor. So, I mean, you say never being able to defense break something, but what you have to take into consideration is they've given up. You know, even if they're on a slot 6 resistance rune, you still have to make 121% other resistance. That's like 18 rolls of stats. That's a ton of stats. So if you build your whole team with max resistance, it will never win. It might be a slow fight. It'll be like fighting Molly was before, but it will never actually win because it will have no stats. Not really, Merrick, because if a max accuracy build had no stats, but it came with a team that had stats, then we're back at the exact same point where we're not countering control. It's just a change in builds. I think it's the same sacrifice, bro. If you're giving up 21 rolls in stats, then what you're effectively giving up is, what, 160% of HP? Or 80% of HP and 80% of defense? So you're giving up the same amount as that defense break. 18 rolls is only 3 runes. You can't, first of all, you can't get that, and then you're saying like you've got 3 quad roll resistance runes. I mean, that's not realistic. But you know, if you, so for example, if you want to have crit rate on your monster to go with that resistance, now you've got 2 stats that are not grindable on every rune. So that's going to reduce your grind potential. But I mean, 3 runes is half your runes. So you're saying if you're giving up half your runes, you're going to have the same amount of stats? I mean, like, I just disagree. Okay, fine. So I've got tons and tons of HP, and I'm max resistance. How do I do any damage? How do I win? I don't have crit rate, I don't have crit damage, I don't have attack, I don't have accuracy. All I've got is speed and HP. Okay, you would have half as many stats. What I mean is, a defense break lets you do 50% more damage, but if you have 50% less HP in defense, then the defense break isn't necessary anyway. Exactly, Merrick. It's exactly where we are today, which is what I don't like about the game. Oh, yeah, attack buff is 50, defense break 70. But it's the same thing, man. I mean, yeah. I I think it's just it's got to be an agree to disagree then. This is, yeah. If I hear a better idea to fix the game, I'll jump on board. But right now, Summoner's War is not the game it was when I started. And most of the reason it's not the game it was when I started is because we've lost the ability to counter things. You know, getting 85 accuracy on a monster that actually had stats 2 years ago was incredibly difficult. Nowadays, you can get 25 accuracy from the artifacts, and then you've got all these OP legends that drop. It's nothing. Like, getting 85 accuracy is nothing. You can still do 300 build and lots of stats with 85 accuracy, and then there's no counter to it. Yeah, I know this is going to be a controversial one, Ace. I know it'll never happen because people have different views. But it's like legitimately what I need to enjoy the game again. So, and I know it'll never happen, but I don't see really any other way that the game for me could get back to where it was. I just don't. Like, I think this is what will be necessary for me to enjoy the game again. And obviously it'll make the game less fun for half the people, so it'll never happen. But, yeah, it's really what I need to see for the game to be fun. Because it's supposed to be a strategy game. It's supposed to be, I pick X and you pick Y to counter me. And that strategy is gone right now. Merrick, I don't believe it gives the advantage to the defending side. I really don't. I think you're giving up enough stats that it balances out and it becomes a specific counter and not an advantage issue. But if it is an advantage issue, then it can also be tweaked by either raising the resistance cap further and giving it diminishing effects, or by lowering the rolls of resistance and lowering the runes in the game concurrently, or even just lowering the value of a slot 6 resistance. There's a lot of ways to balance it. From there, the idea here is that you're sacrificing an equal amount to what you're gaining. You're gaining the ability to counter something, and you're sacrificing the monster's utility in exchange for that. Yeah, botting is something I don't know how you can fix at all, honestly. If it's an intelligent bot, I don't know how it can be caught. Anyway, so if the member stream is this hard on the video, I am sure it's going to get a ton of dislikes. Oh, well, so then what you're saying, Ace, is that everybody in the game should get an LD5? Like, they should, yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think that's a good example. I really don't. I get where you're coming from. It's just an agree to disagree. Yeah, you put the res benefit on a curve as opposed to linear, and it's better than what we have now. It wouldn't be enough, in my opinion, but it's better than what we have now. Until somebody shows me an actual viable counter that's playable for the broad majority of the game, I will view the game as broken. So pointing out Tian Lang and Ragdoll, that's not a viable counter for the majority of the game. And honestly, the stats bear it out. I mean, there's a reason that Oki was in 80-something% of the matches last season. So yeah, maybe he got wrecked in Legend Tournament because it was people who had a huge, bunch of LD5s, but also because it was people who knew to prepare for each other. But it was also force speed meta. It's still force speed meta. And again, that's a big issue. We're forced into a play style. Dies a lot for me. It's not even about control comps. It's not even about debuffs. It's about lack of variety. This game was fun for me because I had a reason to keep building more and more monsters, farming more and more runes, making those monsters better, and I no longer have a reason to do any of that. The whole accuracy resistance thing forces us into playing a very small number of monsters. The whole stacked siege defenses forces us into playing a very small number of monsters. Like, there is no longer any valid reason for me to farm. I don't even know why I've got Necro 10 running right now, because what can I possibly get that I'm going to change? Like, I'm going to ruin, if I ruin my 20th monster better, I'm never going to use it. You know, that's my problem with the game. The counters, the whole interaction of checks and balances before made a lot of monsters useful, and right now there's not. It's just a very small stable of monsters that we use. I'm not sure what you meant, Ace. So are you talking about the leagues? Did I miss something? Well, either way, I can see if the member stream is this hard on the video, then I'm sure it will get absolutely trashed, but I still intend to post it. There's nothing in here that I don't want to see. And so far, you guys haven't given me a reason to change. Haven't given me anything that changed my opinion. Not really dies a lot. I mean, if you could move forward incrementally, but not really. The thing is, it's not. Artifacts are the cherry on top. It's the B12s, man. The runes that we have now are all so much better than the runes we had a year ago that it's just like there's no diversity. Make artifacts have more survive, limit RNG effects as opposed to being very offensive favored. I mean, maybe if there was artifacts that gave you a way to take a turn so that you got to play also, but I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm posting it. I'm posting it either way. I think it's going to get trashed, though. Just from your reactions here, I'm sure it's going to get trashed, but that's fine. So dies a lot. It's not about the no more content, man. It's I miss the strategy. That was what I loved. This was like, if you go back even to a year ago, my first videos, I used to talk about how Summoner's War was the greatest game I've ever played. And I've played a lot of games. I loved this game so much because of the strategy. It was so much fun because of the strategy, and I feel like the strategy is gone. I no longer feel like there's any complexity or strategy or counters. It's just like I click the same comp that I clicked last match, and I fight the same 5 monsters that I fought last match, and I cross my fingers and hope that I resist. Or I cross my fingers and hope that my accuracy check lands. But the strategy's gone, man. That's what I miss. I miss that a lot. This was the best game I ever played. I don't want to give up on it. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to go out and look for another game. I miss the strategy. Bro, it's not one RTA season. Last one was the worst, but it's not the RTA, man. It's the status of, again, it's the status of where we are in the game. Yeah, that's the point, Dies a lot. That's what I mean by it's the status of where we are in the game. Right now, everybody is getting, and this is great. It's great. The 7-year scroll is great. I'm glad I got monsters. The SWC scroll was great. The Ancient Transcendent scroll was great. Those are natural parts of the evolution of the game. They're necessary to bring in new players. So I'm not crapping on them. But the converse is everybody now has the same monster box. Everybody now has the same OP runes. So everybody is going to play the 5 best monsters. And there's really no way to get away from that. Like, I don't think reworking artifacts is going to do that. You can't go back and nerf B12s. You can't go back and take away the Ancient Trans Scroll. But if we're all playing the exact same stuff, then the strategy is gone. That's my issue with it. So the way I see us getting away from that, this is just the way I see it happening, is to create new types of counters that don't currently exist. Oh, the double Nemesis Megan Eternal? Congratulations, man. Hey, grats, Vlad. What'd you get on the blessing, man? Hey, Ophelia's not bad. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. Oops. I think we need to do this. Oh yeah, just put a Megan on double Nemesis Will and go Megan, Bernard, Lucian, Lucian. It's an auto win every time you see that team. Let's turn that off. Let's bring this back here. Just make sure the Bernard's faster than the Lucians, obviously. The Megan stats don't matter. You can use a freaking 4-star Megan on, like, Well, no, she has to be able to take a Leo proc. But, yeah, you could use, like, a 4-star Megan on, like, triple HP, no speed subs, no nothing, plus 12 runes. Doesn't matter. Just as long as she can take, like, a Leo proc and put her on double Nemesis Will, make sure the Bernard is faster than the Lucians, and then you just go Megan, Megan will attack buff, Bernard will boost, and then you double Lucian it. You'll be so far ahead from the 2 attack bar boosts that the Lucifer can't catch them up. Yeah, it's that team right there. I mean, so I threw it out. I don't see it ever happening. I'm sure I don't see most of the ideas ever happening, honestly. But it's me speaking my piece. Hopefully we'll get some people talking. Alright guys, I think that's going to be it for today's stream. So as always guys, I appreciate you hanging out on stream. Hope you enjoyed the member stream a little bit. We're going to wrap up from there. And guys, have a great night and I will catch you